And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to everyone in the galleries and those watching from home. We will now call this meeting to order, and I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo for the land acknowledgement. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionontadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Meg Wish, Councillor, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 1.2 of the agenda today is staff introductions and updates. Who's going to take this? Mr. Deputy CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Exciting day, I guess October the 13th, we had the grand opening for a walk-in clinic, and of course our walk-in clinic in their medical center is manned by real people doing real work, and proud to introduce some of the folks that are working behind the scenes that we may not immediately recognize. And so we've got the Georgian Bay Family Health diabetic team, and we've got Terry Lynn Alfred, and we got Sarah Van Kolschoten. So they're with us today in the audience. I can't see them somewhere, but there we go. And then from the Georgian Bay Family Health team providing mental health services is Tracy Poole. So Tracy's here with us. And leadership from the Georgian Bay Family Health team is we have a clinical director, and that's Gaynor Edwards, and Gaynor's with us here as well. And of course, our own manager, Val Galvin, has come along, and Val came to us via the previous clinic, and Dr. Grayling, and Val is now part of our staff and managing that clinic on our town's behalf. So Val.
The captain of the ship over at the walk-in clinic, Val, we're happy to have you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to introduce the team.
Thank you very much. And we now will move on to B, members of the Wasaga Beach Fire Department who are in attendance here today for some awards. And I'll turn this over to Chief Williams.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Council. You'll notice in the audience today we have a number of fire personnel and family members, and the reason for that is we're celebrating some very significant milestones in the fire department and conducting a badge ceremony. So if I could have probationary firefighters Ellis, McGuire, Inspector Allery, and Captain Bavlar join me. Thank you. I just have a few comments to mention about each of our firefighters here, and then I'll be presenting them their badges after each presentation. So to start with probationary firefighter Shane Ellis, he was assigned to B Platoon on August the 15th. Shane joined the Wasaga Beach Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter in 2017. He is a fully certified firefighter and paramedic. He remains as an active advanced care paramedic in Simcoe County and a faculty member with Georgian College. He holds an Honors Bachelor of Science in Biology and Neuroscience and a Master of Science in Physiology. Shane has competed nationally in paramedic competitions, including a first-place finish in 2019, and he has also completed several marathons, triathlons, and Ironman competition in the last 10 years. So I'd like to welcome and congratulate Firefighter Ellis. Our second introduction is probationary firefighter Grady McGuire. He was assigned, or he is now being assigned to C Platoon this week. He started as a volunteer firefighter with Wasaga Beach in 2020, and he is a recent grad of the Georgian College Pre-Service Firefighter Program, where he graduated with a 92% average. Grady has demonstrated his commitment to the community with regular attendance at community events with the fire department, and he has been volunteering his time with the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association as well as the Living Wish Foundation. Prior to joining the fire department, Grady worked as a cabinet maker and more recently as a facility attendant and road laborer with the municipality. Congratulations, Firefighter Grady. Our next presentation is to Fire Inspector Chris Allery. With the support of council this year, Wasaga Beach was able to hire our very first fire inspector for the municipality. Assigned to the Fire Prevention Division on October 10th, Chris is no stranger to the department. He joined our team as a volunteer firefighter over 10 years ago. After spending 3 years as a volunteer firefighter, he became a professional firefighter in the Suppression Division for the next 7 years. His extensive knowledge of firefighting will be an asset in his new position. He also brings experience completing commercial fire inspections and delivering fire prevention programming to a variety of ages in Wasaga Beach. Prior to becoming a firefighter, Chris worked in the hospitality and automotive industries. Congratulations, Inspector Allery. Fire Captain Jason Bavalar. Jason is now being assigned as captain to C Platoon. He joined the fire department in 2004 as a volunteer firefighter and has since served as a full-time firefighter, a training officer, and an acting captain. He holds his NFPA Level 3 Fire Officer certification and is known for modernizing our department's training and recruit programs. Jason has a long history of charity work in the community, including organizing our annual food and toy drives, the CPR training for both our staff and local grade 8 students, as well as he's currently conducting a breast cancer research fundraising program. Congratulations, Captain Bavalar. So there is one more, so I'm going to ask these fine gentlemen to take a seat again. Thank you. And if I could call upon Captain Kelly McGuire. Whichever side you like. Okay. Welcome, Captain McGuire. Today marks Kelly's final and finest day. It's his final scheduled shift working as a captain in Wasaga Beach. He graciously has offered to stay on until the early spring as well to help us out from time to time, but today is the last scheduled shift. Captain McGuire joined the Wasaga Beach Fire Department in 1986. He has provided steadfast service to the community. As our most senior firefighter, Kelly regularly shares his knowledge and his experience while guiding our younger staff. His dedication and commitment to self-improvement and training others has always been evident. He is responsible for a number of our firefighter safety programs, including our breathing air management and self-contained breathing apparatus programs. He has also received medals of exemplary service and firefighter bravery from the province of Ontario. I'm personally thankful for his assistance with helping me transition into my various roles here within the fire department, and his guidance and knowledge have assisted me greatly, and I very much appreciate that. So today I have to present to him his retirement badge for his dress uniform. Congratulations. Thanks. So we're going to step up to the front, and we're going to take a picture. It doesn't matter. So, Your Worship, if it's okay with you, would we be able to have members of council up in front to do a picture with Captain McGuire? Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Just kind of first.
I don't know if Kelly's going to say a few words in that. We went to school together. He's a man of few words, but he gets the job done. So, and clearly, 37 years of being beat up on the job and what you do every day, Kelly, is certainly nothing less than commendable and admirable. You've been a staunch, solid example of a good firefighter in our community, and we thank you with all our hearts for your service, your whole family's service for that matter. We probably should call this the McGuire Fire Department. But at the end of the day, thank you so much for everything you've done, and congratulations. We wish you all the best on your future journey, and don't be a stranger.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate everything. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
I've had a good time. I love my job. You know, I love the community. So I'm not going anywhere, but thanks again, everybody. Thank you.
Well, I'm looking at the chief. I'm sure he's going to drag you back every chance he gets, kicking and screaming maybe, but enjoy it.
Thank you.
You've deserved it. Thank you. And to the other firefighters, the probationary firefighters, congratulations. Welcome aboard. Mr. McGuire, I tell you one thing, if nothing else, he's got the right height, and he's got the same smile as all the McGuire boys, so I'm sure he'll be small but mighty, and it's great to have him on board as well. And to Mr. Ellis, wow, what an achievement, and what a list of accolades you have. So we're privileged and happy to have both of you. And of course, to Firefighter Ellis, in your new position, we're sure that we're going to be in great shape, and the citizens and businesses of Wasaga Beach should be happy that they're going to have a very level-headed, fair individual doing that job and looking after our community to make sure that we're all safe, as are the people who visit our community every day. So thank you. And to Captain Bavilar, congratulations. Hard work, well-deserved. Again, an upstanding member of our citizenship here in Wasaga Beach, and certainly an upstanding proud member of our firefighters, of which we are all proud. So thank you for your service, and you've got some big boots to fill, I know that, but I'm sure he'll let you know if you do anything wrong. All right, well, what a great moment for our community and for you gentlemen, so thank you again for your service. All right, absolutely. We'll just give a couple of seconds for everyone to head out, and we'll carry on. Get all the hugs and kisses in. All right. What a great moment. Before we move on to item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest, I'll put it back to our clerk for a few words. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of notes about the agenda today for council and the public viewing at home. There was a numbering error under closed session, section 15. All those items should begin with number 15. And on Tuesday, an addendum was issued for the agenda. 13.1.2 is going to be discussing the TPAL concession lease, not beach access at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so item number 2 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I do have 2 before me at this time. One is Councillor Fay Eagle, who is declaring a pecuniary interest because she lives very close to the area we're talking about. Did you wish to speak to that, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I will address that conflict of interest for item 15.1.1, which will be discussed at closed session. I do reside on Ellenwood Beach, as you said, and I will recluse myself for that discussion and leave the meeting at that time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I myself also have a pecuniary interest, I feel, item 15.1.2 in closed session, and I will also recuse myself and leave the room for those discussions. And if there's no one else at this point has a pecuniary interest, which I see none, if at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Moving on to item number 3 of the agenda is our public meeting. And this is the proposed official plan amendment OP 03-23 and zoning bylaw amendment Z1023 application by Loft Planning Inc. care of Christine Loft on behalf of John Hillier. And I'm assuming everyone is here. So I'll just go into our script here on a public meeting. The proposed official plan amendment OP03-23 and zoning bylaw amendment Z10-23. This is a public meeting regarding proposed amendments to the town's official plan and site-specific amendments to the town's zoning bylaw submitted for the property legally described as Concession 14, Part Lot 4, 51M 463, and Part Block 92, RP 51R25122, and Parts 1 and 4, less RP 51R28029, Part 1 and 2, municipally addressed as 630 Sunnydale Road. The application being considered are the proposed official plan amendment to the Town File OP0323 and zoning bylaw amendment Town File Z10-23. The public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the applicant, the public, and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan and proposed zoning bylaw amendments. And who do we have here to make that today? Our director, Trevor Houghton, and it looks like Joel's with us. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
And good afternoon, members of council and individuals of the public who are attending in person and online. The purpose of today's public meeting is to go over applications submitted by Loft Planning, Inc., care of Christine Loft, on behalf of John Hillier. And those applications are the proposed official plan amendment and proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I'm going to very quickly go over an overview for today's public meeting, starting with the purpose of the public meeting. A very quick introduction to the planning application process. I'll introduce the applications, present the subject lands and the proposed development, and I'll go over a very quick summary of the comments received to date. The purpose of the public meeting. A public meeting is required under the Planning Act for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. And the purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. We've got a quick graphic that will show where we are with the planning application process. To date, we have received the planning applications. The applications were deemed complete. A notice of complete application and public meeting was circulated. Where we currently stand is today with the public meeting, and following the public meeting, there will be continued staff and agency review, a staff recommendation report to joint committee and council, council decision, and the appeal period. The proposal overview, applications for official plan amendment under Town File OP03/23 and zoning bylaw amendment under Town File Z10/23 were submitted on behalf of John Hillier in support of a residential development consisting of 13 condominium townhouse units, private road, stormwater management facilities, and conservation uses for wildlife management and other activities connected with conservation of ecologically significant resources. Very quickly, I'm going to go over some site location and statistics. The subject land is located on the west portion of Sunnydale Road South, and that's shown in the red border. It's south of Orchard Drive, and it abuts the town cemetery. It is west of River's Edge Subdivision Phase 1, and it also abuts the McIntyre Creek to the southwest. The subject land is municipally addressed as 630 Sunnydale Road South, and the legal description is available on screen. The lot area is approximately 1.7 hectares, or 4.2 acres, and a frontage of approximately 173.1 meters, 567.91 feet, along Sunnydale Road South, with a depth of approximately 67.5 meters, or 221.45 feet. The existing official plan designation is Country Club Community. Land use designations in the surrounding area comprise of institutional, natural hazards, open space, country club community, as well as low-density residential. The proposed official plan amendment is seeking to redesignate the subject land to medium-density residential, open space, natural hazards, and the official plan amendment would facilitate the development of 13 townhouse units, again with stormwater management facilities and conservation uses for wildlife management and other activities connected with conservation of ecologically significant resources. The existing zoning of the property is rural, and surrounding zones would be institutional exception 1, institutional exception 8, environmental protection, residential estate, various exception zones in the residential type 2 zone, residential type 3 exception 45, and the rural zone. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would seek to rezone the subject land to residential type 3 with an exception zone, open space with an exception zone, and environmental protection with an exception zone. These zone provisions proposed for the R3 exception zone include modified specific performance standards for the townhouse dwellings, that no play area would be required, and that the proposed road, which forms a standard condominium road, shall be considered a street for the purposes of the bylaw. Other applications that were submitted in addition to this, the lands are also subject to Town File SP 0623, an application for site plan control, and it will also be subject to further applications for exemption to draft plan of condominium, Some summary of comments received to date. Enbridge Gas has provided a comment indicating no objection to the proposed application, but has requested to reserve the right to amend or remove development conditions. Bell Canada has provided comment and reviewed the proposed development, and conditions were also provided to be included within the approval of any future agreement. Canada Post has reviewed and provided conditions that would be included in the agreement. Huron-Wendat Nation provided comments requesting that the Stage 2 archaeological assessment be redone. Rama First Nation provided comment indicating concerns with regard to archaeological potential and significant groundwater recharge area. Wasaga Distribution, Inc. has provided comment that the developer must contact Wasaga Distribution regarding power connection requirements. The Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism has provided an acceptance letter of the Stage 1, Stage 2 archaeological assessment that was submitted. And R.J. Burnside, who is acting as peer reviewers for the EIS component, have reviewed the proposed development, provided additional recommendations to be included within any future agreement as part of the conditions of approval. And we were in receipt of additional comments from the Public Works and Engineering Department, who provided comments indicating no objection to the proposed official plan amendment and the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Concluding remarks, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet complete, and staff will be providing a recommendation report to council at a later date. Thank you. And if there is any additional information that's being requested at this point, you can certainly follow up on that webpage or reach out to planning, and we can be happy to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joel. We'll now move on to a presentation. And the town will ask the public, if anyone here from the, sorry, I believe we do have an agent here to make a, there she is. Christine Loff is here on behalf of the developer here to make comments as well. Christine, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Christine Loft with Loft Planning. With me is Mr. John Hillier, who is the landowner, and as well Doris Casulo of Tatham Engineering, I believe, is joining us virtually. So good afternoon, Your Worship, to council and those in the audience. I will try not to repeat too much of what Joel's covered. Next slide, please. So the property is 630 Sunnydale Road. The property is approximately 1.6 hectares in size. I think it's 1.66, and lot frontage of 172 meters. The property does include a single detached residential use today that is proposed to be demolished as part of final approvals. McIntyre Creek flanks the southwestern lot line, as well as an established significant slope or the natural hazard area along the westerly portion of the property. And surrounding areas I won't cover. Joel's already completed that. Next slide, please. So the applicant is seeking planning approvals for the construction of 13 townhouse units on the subject lands. The townhouses are located within 3 building structures with 5, 4, and 3 units per building. Each unit would have a ground floor area of approximately 84 square meters and a total gross floor area of 168 square meters. The proposed development is proposed as a standard condominium, which would include access via an 8-meter wide condominium road, including a cul-de-sac, stormwater management block, as well as an open space and natural hazard area. And each unit will have a rear yard that would be for private amenity space and would be identified as for exclusive use within the condominium documents. Next slide. The site design has been established by the natural hazards reports that were generated from the McIntyre Creek and its adjacent lands. Through an environmental impact study as well as the natural heritage study, the erosion limit was established. Development does maintain a 6-meter setback from the top of bank and approximately a 48-meter setback from the edge of McIntyre Creek. The OPA and the ZBA will provide long-term protection to McIntyre Creek and its adjacent lands, and the environmentally sensitive lands as well as the stormwater block do definitely reduce the developable area on this site to 0.6 hectares. So the property is approximately 1.66 hectares in size, and the developable area is 0.6 after the protection of the erosion hazard and setback from top of bank. Next, so I'll just point out that the drawing before you is colored. So in the red is the top of bank, in the green is the erosion hazard limit from the top of the bank, and then the erosion hazard limit from the edge of the water is in the purpley blue color. So as we move forward into the amendment slides, you'll see that generally right up to the erosion hazard limits are the area that would be provided for protection in both of the proposed amendments. Next slide. So the lands are currently designated country club community, and the proposed official plan amendment would redesignate the lands to the medium density residential designation, as well as the natural hazards and open space designations. Townhouses are a permitted use within the medium density residential designation. Development is proposed at a density of 22 units per hectare, which does meet the density policies within the medium density residential designation. And existing development on surrounding lands include a mix of low and medium density residential development. Next slide. The proposed development does have a compact urban form with a density of the 22 units per net residential hectare. The density does meet the provisions of medium density designation, which has a maximum of 37 units per net residential hectare, and so we're at 22. The lands are well suited for development. They are adjacent to new construction on the northeast side of the road, being River's Edge. The lands will be serviced through municipal services and are located on an arterial road. And the open space and the natural hazard areas have been established based on the technical reports completed. And to date, within these lands, the lands are all zoned and designated rural or community, country club community. So these amendments will provide protection to those lands. Next slide. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the lands are currently zoned rural R within the zoning bylaw, and the purpose of the ZBA is to rezone the lands to permit the residential development, and the effect would be to rezone the lands to the residential type 3 with an exception, environmental protection with an exception, and an open space with an exception. In terms of the exception number 1, within the residential zone, it would recognize the condominium road being considered a street for the purposes of the bylaw, and will recognize no play area being provided, which I'll speak to in a moment. Exception 2 With respect to the open space, we'll limit the permitted uses to conservation uses defined as uses being for woodland and wildlife management and other activities connected to conservation. And the third exception within the EP would recognize additional uses, being the stormwater management facility. We're open to staff's opinion just on the wording of the environmental zone and the OS zone. I was trying to be fairly consistent with other projects that I've worked on in terms of the stormwater block and the wildlife management corridor. So I've done my best to try and be consistent with other amendments that have been before council, but we're certainly open to wording on that in fulfillment of the technical studies. With regards to the play area, so within the residential third density for group or cluster areas, a play area is required within your zoning bylaw amendment. The play area requirement for 8 dwelling units or more is a requirement of 5% of the lot area. So the total lot area of the property is 1.66 hectares, and the actual developable area taking out the EP and the stormwater block would be approximately 0.6 hectares, or 6,154 square meters. So at the 5% of the total lot area, we'd be looking at approximately 830 square meters of play area. And if we were only to look at the developable area, it would be approximately 307 square meters. This site is very constrained by the erosion hazard limit, and so as part of the submission, cash in lieu was proposed for parkland dedication and not a specific play area. In light of the first submission comments that have been received, we are open to further review of this requirement within the zoning bylaw, and I will continue to work with Tatham and with staff to determine if there is play area availability. It may indeed not meet the full 5% of the lot area, but there may be some room in between the proposed condo road and the top of Bank that would give us a decent sized play area, and we would still require an amendment, but at least a play area could be provided. So we are open to further discussions with staff and us reviewing the site plan and trying to come up with a play area that would work towards the zoning. So in terms of parks, trails, and schools within the area, there are in terms of parks, there's the Sunnydale Trail Secondary Plan, which does include recreational uses, parks, as well as school systems. Municipal park, there is a municipal park just off Knox Road West, in behind Andrews Court. I believe it's called the William Arnell Public School, and a park at the end of Orchard Drive. With respect to trails, there are the lands that abut McIntyre Creek, and there is a trail connection just southeast of the site that would connect off the road, off Sunnydale down into the trail network. So there is trail connectivity within close proximity, and that trail then travels in either direction adjacent to the property. And of course, there are schools within the immediate area as well, being Worsley and St. Noel. So we will continue to work with staff in trying to resolve the play area requirement in light of the comments received from staff. Next slide. With respect to technical reports, I won't go through them, but there was all standard requirements of technical reports that were required. I think this was a site that the environmental impact study and the natural hazard study, which actually included geomorphology and fluvial erosion studies, definitely provided the initial base for the site plan because it established the constraints that are on site and ultimately what the developable area was on the site. Next slide. In terms of site servicing, Tatham Engineering did provide a SWIM report as well as an FSR. The storm report has determined that the applicable runoff, quantity, quality, and erosion targets of the development will be met, and provided a servicing strategy that includes water quality enhancement, existing drainage being maintained. Stormwater runoff will be conveyed to bioretention facility and discharged to the McIntyre Creek, and siltation and erosion controls to be implemented during construction. And the FSR determined that the existing infrastructure surrounding the lands can service the proposed development with regard to sewage, water, hydro, natural gas, as well as telecommunications. With respect to the servicing strategy, water is provided via an existing 300-millimeter water main on the west side of Sunnydale Road. There's one proposed fire hydrant. Sanitary flows will discharge to an existing manhole on Sun Valley Avenue. New sewage pumping station has been installed adjacent to the site as part of the Sunnydale Secondary Development Plan. High-pressure gas is available, and Bell and Rogers have provided comments as well with regards to service. And the next slide. So I just have a few slides of photos. So I'm looking in from Sunnydale Road into the subject lands. Next slide. And looking across Sunnydale from the site's laneway into River's Edge and into Sun Valley Avenue entrance. And next slide. And looking north or northwest into the adjacent Wasaga Beach Cemetery lands. And next slide. And so just to conclude, the application is in keeping with the with the Planning Act and is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the county official plan, conforms to the town of Wasaga Beach official plan as amended, and the application generally meets the intent of the zoning bylaw, and staff will move forward in working with staff with regard to the play area and options that may be available on site. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Christine. All right, we'll now ask our Deputy Clerk or Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online wishing to make any oral submissions from the public today?
Thank you, Worship. I do have a gentleman, I'm not seeing him online, but perhaps he's here today, Mr. Roberto Fascini.
Mr. Magurdo Fascini? I don't see anyone raising their hand.
No,
And he's not online?
No, no.
All right. I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience here who wishes to make comment on this today. Seeing no one come forward. All right. Now ask members of council, questions or comments. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Christine, for the really informative and good overview. I can't see you. Where are you? There you are. Thanks. So I have two questions, really. One is on the perhaps playground or play area. There's trails and so forth in the area, but would they be walkable from the townhomes? Or would they have to cross Sunnydale?
Thank you, Your Worship. To the councillor, connecting down to the McIntyre Trail, is that what you mean, McIntyre Creek Trail?
I'm not familiar with the trails
Okay,
of the
so-
names. I'm just wondering on that side of the road of Sunnydale, if there's anything within there walkable from their homes without crossing a major road.
There would be, yes, there is.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Okay, thanks. And another part to my question. About the road, so I'm confused. I have not lived in a condominium, so just help me through this. I'd appreciate it.
Right.
I saw that it was called at one point a private road, and then a condominium road, and now it's called a street. So my main question is, whatever it is, who would be responsible for plowing it? And where would that snow go, be in a cul-de-sac? Are there plans there yet for that? Thanks.
So, thank you. So through your worship to the councillor, so it is a condominium road. I think some of the reports perhaps call it a private road, but ultimately this is being developed as a standard condominium. So I think we can say that private and condominium, in this case, we're talking about the same thing. But the road would be owned by the condominium itself. It would be plowed privately, so it would not be plowed by the municipality. And snow storage would be located on site, which would be detailed in the engineering studies. And beyond that, if it's more than can be accommodated on site, then it would be trucked off site.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Christine and the landowner. I'm really happy to hear your comments today about the play area as being revisited, because that was the one piece that really jumped out at me. And I must add, I wasn't sure who the planner was presenting today, so I was able to have a conversation with Trevor and to hear you say that is being revisited. I think it's important that there is some kind of gathering space. I'm happy to see that there are backyards, but I think something, and if it can be workable, that even though the space wouldn't be a full play area, just to have something where families can gather, which I think is an important part of community. So thank you for revisiting that.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else with questions or comments on this matter? All right, well, Councillor Timms, you touched on my point with the play area. I'd like to see that looked at one more time as well. And under that, there's no further comments or questions from Council. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have that gentleman online yet? Or Madam Deputy Clerk? No? All right. All right, well, seeing there are no further comments or questions regarding this application, I will now declare this public meeting closed. And we'll now move on to item number 4 in the agenda, is the approval of the agenda. I do have a motion resolved that the contents of the agenda of October 26, 2023 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments from member of council? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, deputations. We have Mariah and Kyle Deller, Backyard Chickens, here today. So Mariah, welcome. Kyle chickened out? No pun intended.
He is working today.
I'm going to get blamed for a dad joke now, for sure.
I appreciate that.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the council. I'm sorry, I'm really intimidated. You're all intimidating humans. My name is Mariah. I live here in Wasaga Beach with my husband, Kyle, and our 3 children, Claire, Rory, and Carl, and unexpected number 4 on the way. Kyle and I own and operate a local heating and cooling business. We opened Deller's Heating 2.5 years ago, and we're hoping to bring our first employee on board in the next coming weeks. And I'm here today to request that we reconsider the existing bylaw prohibiting residents of Wasaga Beach from owning backyard chickens. There are plenty of arguments to be made for and against owning backyard chickens, and lots of evidence to present, but instead I'd like to spend my brief time telling you my story and a few other stories of people in the community. 7 years ago, while I was pregnant with our son, Carl, Kyle and I made the decision that I would stay home with our 3 children. Although Kyle was already a fully licensed journey person, at that time living in southwestern Ontario, he needed to look outside of our local community to secure a job with a higher income in order for us to independently, or for him to independently support our growing family. Despite having never visited Wasaga Beach, Kyle applied and interviewed for a job here, quickly accepted the position, and off we went to what would quickly become our new home. We rented for the first year and confidently decided that the slow-paced community, our kind neighbors, and the easy access to nature was the perfect environment for us to raise our family. We then bought a home, a small used-to-be cottage on a 200 by 75-foot lot right beside Worsley Elementary School. We've been blessed with enough space for our children to run around and bike on our yard, for a backyard treehouse, room for visitors to come and stay with us, and the opportunity to walk our children to and from school every day. Like many other stories I'm sure you've heard in the past years, the pandemic hit, and with that, we had to make many lifestyle changes to adjust to that challenging season, including making the choice to enroll our children in online school for a year. With no family and limited friends in the area, this slowly became an emotionally isolating period for our family. During this time, one of our teachers shared her experience raising backyard hens. And I'll mention here, this teacher also lives in Wasaga Beach and still teaches at Worsley Elementary. After many conversations with Kyle about ways to support our children and provide them with valuable learning opportunities, Kyle and I decided that a family project of raising chicks and exploring the value of homegrown food would be something we'd like to experience. Coincidentally, that teacher who introduced us to the idea of backyard hens did not love owning chickens, and she quickly rehomed her hens. She generally offered us her equipment, a heater, a feeder, a water jug. You don't need much. And she also connected us with another teacher at Worsley who is selling chicks and provided us with the education and resources on what it was like to own backyard hens. We brought the chicks home in early spring, and our children quickly reaped the benefits of snuggling the fuzzy baby chicks, caring for them, watching them grow. They helped Kyle build a small coop, a chicken swing, a nesting box, and a ladder. They even helped the chicks slowly transition from their tiny indoor Tupperware tub to life in our backyard. Not surprisingly, the emotional benefits of raising chicks, holding and snuggling babies while in Zoom school and giggling at their poopy hands, along with the learning and appreciation for the value of life, were priceless lessons. Towards the end of summer break, we realized, much to our surprise, that one of our chickens that our middle daughter Rory fondly named Princess Leia was actually not a princess, but a crowing rooster. And while we were in the process of arranging to rehome Prince Leia, a knock came on our door. A neighbor had called the bylaw office, and we were informed that not only did we need to rehome our rooster, we were also violating bylaw by having backyard hens at all. I had previously read a proposal online and mistakenly thought it had been approved, and now learned that it was in fact tabled. And I think that was during the beginning of COVID, actually. To say that we were distressed by the news is an understatement, and quite frankly, I wasn't sure how I was going to break this news to our children. If you haven't had pets, you may not understand the connection that grows with our fur or feathered friends. Chickens are sentient beings, and our chickens are our family to us. Over many conversations with neighbors and friends and a few other fellow Wasaga Beach residents who also own backyard hens, we came to the decision to follow their advice, probably mistakenly, that we would rehome the rooster and wait to see what would happen with our other hens. Over the next few months, we heard nothing from bylaw. We even received a letter over the winter saying that the issue had been resolved. And then spring came, and so did another knock on our door and more reports of complaints from a neighbor. I'll spare you the back and forth and jump to an update of where we are today. We've been to bylaw court and expressed our desire to see the bylaw changed. We've gathered letters of support from neighbors, many of whom who didn't even know we had backyard chickens until we asked and encouraged their support. We've started a petition to gauge community support for changing the bylaw. We've read past arguments both for and against owning backyard hens, and we've reached out to several council members to discuss what we would need to see a change in the bylaw. This all leads to this moment, to me being here before you, asking you to consider why the bylaw prohibiting backyard hens is in place and whether that still serves our community. Before I hear your questions today, I'd like to share a few other stories with you and ask that you reflect on them while you weigh your decision. Our incredible neighbors, Gloria, who we lovingly call Gigi, or Grandma, short for Grandma Gloria, and Stuart, they watch our home anytime we go out of town. We regularly share our eggs with them, and in return, we often hear wonderful stories from Stuart. He grew up on a farm and spends countless hours in his yard picking up leaves, tending his garden, and looking through the fence at our backyard hens. He has frequently expressed the joy they bring and shares childhood memories of life on the farm, often over and over again. He's also expressed his frustration that bylaw would spend time and resources on well-cared-for animals and possibly take away one of his few pleasures and a reminder of his life on that farm. I'll also mention that at close to $6 a dozen for eggs at the local grocery store, I know them saving money on eggs helps them out while they live on a fixed income. Another Wasaga resident regularly attends the local food bank. She gardens and has backyard hens to provide as much food as she can within her means. She shares her eggs with her neighbors free of charge, actually refusing their money when she's offered it. And she's even offered to share her extra eggs with the local food bank, which cannot be accommodated because of food grade regulations. This woman has also been visited by a bylaw officer and is looking at rehoming her birds, further reducing her own food security. Finally, while I hate to end on a sour note, I feel this story is essential to share and is one that I heard while meeting with Ellen Timms over coffee. Ellen shared that a friend of hers, also living in Wasaga Beach, lives beside a rental property. One of the tenants at this rental property decided to bring in backyard chickens, and come winter, they stopped caring for those hens. They left them neglected in their coop and allowed them to die. And hearing that story and retelling it makes my stomach turn. Sorry, I'm such an animal lover, it's sad. This outcome is one that I've heard shared by many as their fear of what could happen if we allow backyard hens in the beach And what I'm here to say is that that is truly the exception and not the rule. I believe that the bylaw office exists for a valuable purpose, and by changing the bylaw to allow backyard hens, we can enable our bylaw office to spend their resources managing these inhumane situations instead of monitoring and punishing those of us who have well cared for birds that provide benefits ranging from economic to environmental to emotional well-being. I urge you, Mayor and Town Council, to consider allowing Wasaga Beach residents to engage in sustainable lifestyle choices, to encourage bylaw officers to spend their resources on addressing issues that are truly causing disturbances to their neighbors and harm to animals. And please consider revisiting our law on backyard hens. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mariah, and please never be intimidated. I can assure you, we all get up in the morning and put our pants on one leg at a time, just like you do. So, and for someone who said she was intimidated, I can tell you, in all the presentations that I've heard as being a mayor, that is by far one of the best. So congratulations, good for you. I'd hate to see if you weren't intimidated. We'd be intimidated for sure. All right, questions or comments from members of council on this? Councillor White.
I was also saddened when we didn't get to look at the backyard chickens as on this council. It was done on the previous council. Someone who grew up on a farm for quite some time, always had our own backyard chickens, I guess you could say. And I can understand that backyard roosters, definitely. We had one named Rod Stewart. He had feathers like this, but he reminded us it was 5 o'clock in the morning every day. So I can understand that, but I certainly hope that we get to see this come back to this council for a vigorous debate and see what we can do with this file, because I firmly believe that there's room for that in our community.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as Mariah made mention, we did have a conversation, and I guess probably shared worst case scenario with you that you know, I learned from you the best case scenarios as well. And your presentation today really came with a lot of emotion. We could feel that. So it's a very important issue, and not just to you, to many people. And I think the thing that you shared with me that made me start to, because when we started, I wasn't like, yeah, backyard chickens. I did not grow up on a farm, Councillor White, but the food insecurity issue and how we have to address that. So I'm with Councillor White. I would like that discussion to come up at Council again, and to see if we can have a look. I read in the information that was shared with me that most of the residents were concerned about animal welfare, as well as issues around rodents, etc. And there may be ways to mitigate that. So my comments are, I am absolutely open to having this discussion come back on the table. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Tim. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I agree with His Worship Mariah. I can see a future in politics for your future, down the line. It was an amazing presentation. I'm a city girl, but love the country. I, too, am anxious and look forward to a report coming back from bylaw thorough to the council that we can look at all these avenues. It's certainly a subject to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, through the mayor. I was on council when we reviewed this initially, and if my recollection serves me correctly, the survey that was done indicated that the majority of our residents are not in favor of backyard chickens, that they would prefer not to have a neighbor that have backyard chickens. It's kind of a tough one. You know, we discussed it quite a bit, and although we'd like everyone to be very responsible, the reality is that in all of the issues that we have with neighbors, it's usually where a neighbor is not very responsible, whether it's how they keep their yard, or how they keep their dog, or how they keep their chickens. We're an urban community, and I don't know how extensive the survey was. I'd have to get some recollection. But if the vast majority of our residents prefer not to have backyard chickens, then I think we have to go with the majority. But again, if council wants to reconsider and go through this process again, then certainly I'm more than happy to participate.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor DeLeo, just back to your comment, Councillor Eagle, judging from that presentation, I think Mariah is much too smart to get into politics. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I address this to Rachel? Rachel, do you have anything right now that you can summarize from your last report that was done? Thank you.
Good point, Councillor. Rachel?
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair. So basically, I'll give a full overview, but not fully go into the whole report that was done. But on March 21st, 2021, so just a couple years ago, we did do a staff report regarding backyard chickens. There was a public survey that was included, as well as a few recommendations, so council could decide on that. At that time, it was decided not to permit the backyard chickens. Although I won't get too into the whole survey that was done, but it was quite extensive, and we were very happy with how many people participated and everything like that. I can give a couple points, important points that I think should be considered. So the first one here, a majority of residents were not interested in keeping backyard chickens or having backyard chickens as a part of the community. Only 24.8% were in favor. Responses were received when asked to indicate why they wouldn't want backyard chickens in our community. Most of these responses had to do with multiple concerns, and that surrounded attracting rodents and predators, odor, noise, illness and disease, detracting property value. Another good point here is that staff reached out to community agencies as well, such as Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, as well as Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture. In the report, we do have their full statements in there, but basically, to sum it up, both agencies were opposed to permitting backyard chickens, especially in an area where it is more residential rather than agriculture community. There was also significant concern with nuisance and animal welfare factors. That also brings me into my next point, that we did reach out to animal welfare for some recent concerns where she brought it up about the unfortunate event where chickens ended up dying, which is worst case scenario, and they just basically commented saying, with municipalities either permitting backyard chickens or not, it has become a growing concern, especially for animal welfare, and being able to respond to those things quickly, efficiently, and taking the enforcement action they need to ensure those animals are getting the correct care needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Other questions or comments? Here we go. Councillor Eagle?
Through your worship. Quick question. How many responses did you receive? How many participated? You may have said it and perhaps didn't hear. Thanks.
Thank you. I have it here in the report. I'd have to go back, but I believe it was just over 1,000. I think it was around 1,300, which doesn't seem a lot when you look at the whole community, but typically for a survey, from bylaw, it was actually very good to get that many responses.
Rachel, you must know that you are everyone's favorite bylaw. Bylaw department is famous. Actually, 1,300 responses, I'd say, is good for any survey. I'm quite surprised with that number. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would kind of beg to differ because I did read that report, and of the 1,300 that responded, only 961 completed the survey. So by my calculation, that's only 13% of the 13,000 homes that we have in the community. So I sometimes wonder about the validity of surveys because there's a lot of ambivalence out in the community as well, and they may not answer. But when I was meeting with Mariah, I was, pondering things like, maybe there should be restrictions on how big your yard is to have chickens, so that a chicken coop isn't right at my fence line if I live in a neighborhood without large property. And I still feel that there's an opportunity to revisit this. I'm not saying that it would go forward, but without putting extra work on bylaw. And perhaps a question through you, Your Worship, to Rachel. In best practices in other communities, are there any restrictions or guidelines, policies for who can keep backyard chickens, size of yards, and rules and regulations to keep them safe and clean and operational, and not just chickens become a pet with a side benefit of a few eggs?
Rachel?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, so thank you for correcting me there. I do see here that it was 961 individuals that fully completed the survey. I did it myself, so I can remember that. It seems like, okay, did they just answer one question? For the most part, it's like someone misses a question or something like that. But I did highlight it in my survey results, stating that the most prominent questions that we did want answered were answered by everybody. Typically, it was if someone said no, they don't want backyard chickens, then they didn't care to answer some of the other questions that were in regards to, if you want backyard chickens, would you want, do you think we should include the size of yard? So for your other question there, certainly other municipalities do look at size of yard and everything like that, and that was a part of the survey as well, just saying if you do want backyard chickens, do you think this should be a part of it? But a lot of people didn't answer that, considering that a majority just didn't want them.
Thank you, Rachel. Mr. Deputy CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I recall reading a couple of months back, so the city of Orillia did a backyard pilot program. They ran it for a number of years, and actually just this spring actually made it a permanent program. So it's a municipality that's actually tested the waters. To Councillor Tim's questions, I'm just looking at their regulations. There's probably 10 or 12 different regulations, lot size, site plan. So there's rules of engagement, and there was a licensing fee. So just for Council's information, that there's at least another municipality that kind of kicked us about a bit, did a pilot, and found it successful enough to put it in permanent place.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy CAO. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, and to the Deputy CAO's point, I was doing a little Googling here as well, and not only Orillia, but we've got Kitchener, Guelph, Niagara Falls, and Brampton among 26 other Ontario cities. So those are much larger, more dense urban centers, and so I think this conversation is worth coming back to the table for discussion with this council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Anyone else? All right, I would agree with you, Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms, that I think, again, we can't make any promises that it will change, but I think it's worth bringing back and having a look at. And my thoughts were just that: could we not do a pilot project on this where we, take a year or two and see what happens from that? But I'd like to see this come back to staff. So, Madam Clerk, looks like we need a motion here.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the discussion, consideration on the following motion could be had: that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receive the delegation from Mariah and Deller pertaining to backyard chickens for information, and that the municipal law enforcement coordinator be directed to bring back a report with options on allowing backyard chickens. And Your Worship, just for consideration, we are going through, as the Director of Planning can speak to, an OP and a ZBA bylaw review, and that would have to be considered as well if we were to permit.
All right. Anything to say on that, Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the draft policies of the official plan do encourage urban agriculture, but it is a focus on more of your edible landscapes and rooftop gardens. It does not mention animals in any way, shape, or form. So if that's something that council will want to do in the future as part of the draft OP, then we will have to have that conversation, get direction from council to include animals if that's the way that council feels that we should be going.
All right, well, I don't think we're looking at lions, tigers, or giraffes here, so I think we can make some adjustment for that. So could you just read that motion one more time, Madam Clerk, and then we'll get a mover and a seconder, hopefully, and move along.
Thank you, Your Worship. That Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received a delegation from Mariah Deller pertaining to backyard chickens for information, and that the Municipal Law Enforcement Coordinator be directed to bring back a report considering backyard chickens.
All right, can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Mariah. If we need any presentations presented, we'll give you a call. Moving on to item number 5.2, we have Kareem Thomas and Pina Stilitano, re Hockey Circuit and Georgian Bay Owls here for a presentation. Welcome, Pina and Kareem, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Smith and members of council. I would like to thank you for your time today and would like to introduce myself for those that don't know us. I'm Pina Stilitano, and this is my business partner and husband, Kareem Thomas. We would like to give you a short summary of what our two businesses are and what they encompass. Hockey Circuit is a hockey academy that offers a wide variety of programs that focus on beginning to skate, hockey training, hockey yoga, dry land training, day camps, tournaments, and goalie clinics. Our programs are instructed by experienced trainers and teachers that are owned by small businesses here in our community and surrounding areas. Our son Noah was in his second year skating with the Wasaga Beach Minor Association and was struggling to keep up with his teammates as they had been skating for many years before him. It had become very difficult to find someone to take him on full-time and develop the training within our local area and working with our busy schedule. At that time, we had a friend that was living with us and had played with the Quebec Minor Hockey Association and playing in France in the off-season. He volunteered to take Noah under his wing and train him. This is when we started the journey of renting ice in the Wasaga Stars Arena. Once other parents that were in the same predicament as us noticed what we were doing with Noah, they asked if they can join the training, and so Hockey Circuit was born. Under the Hockey Circuit umbrella, we have been able to host 4 years' worth of tournaments, with our first being in the COVID year. In 2020, we hosted 4 teams. In 2021, 4 teams. In 2022, 13 teams. And this past year of 2023, 16 teams. With hosting these tournaments, the town and surrounding areas benefited with $42,000 of accommodation dollars. With that, all of our teams were able to stay in local and surrounding areas, including Blue Mountain, Wasaga Inn, Holiday Inn, Wasaga Pines Resort, Hockley Valley, and the local Airbnbs. In 2022, we came to present to council and noted that we are in the beginning stages of putting together the Owls, and now we are here in our full second season under our belt. Georgian Bay Owls was a crazy idea that we came up with over the COVID hockey season of 20 and 21. It was just an idea until we found out that many parents had similar mindsets when it came to spring and summer hockey. The area only had one local spring and summer team, and it ran from April until the end of June. We wanted something that would have our players playing from April to the middle of August with a break in July, a team that would be inviting of all hockey levels and the acceptance of all hockey centers. This team would allow players from all over Georgian Bay area to unite and form teams with friends and players from different centers. In 2022, we were able to put together 4 teams. In 2023, we were able to put together 8 teams. For 2024, we are currently looking at putting together 10 teams. And at the end of 23, we had 105 registered players and 45 freelance players. We predict that we will be close to 200 players marked in our 2024 season. We have developed a program where players of all skill levels can come play on one team and achieve greatness with no divide. Our town's businesses have been a great support system to the Georgian Bay Owls with all of their sponsorship. We've had the privilege of having players from around Georgian Bay, players from Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, Penetang, Barrie, Midland, Owen Sound, Orillia, Muskoka, Grey Highlands, and Timmins. Timmins. We also were honored to having 2 players come in from California, one from Buffalo, New York, and one player from Scotland. These teams are all playing local centers and traveling as far as Niagara Falls. The Georgian Bay Owls have attended 27 tournaments this summer, taking home 8 championships, 6 silvers, and 5 bronze. Now we'll go into ice allocation. In 2020, we rented 19 hours of ice with the cost of $2,886. In 2021, we almost tripled our hours. We rented 59.25 hours with the cost of $9,287. In 2022, we used 190 hours with the cost of $28,825. And in 2023, we used 247 hours with the cost of $48,321. So within the last 3 years, we have purchased approximately $90,000 of ice from the town of Wasaga Beach. Since 2020, we have been able to successfully host 4 summer hockey tournaments with teams from around the area as far as Toronto, 33 hockey programs, 9 PA day camps, 8 hockey yoga programs, and over 500 skaters from Wasaga Beach and the surrounding area. We are excited with the opening of our new double pad arena, and we hope with our numbers will be doubled in 2025 when the full arena is in full operation. Our main goal is to create a positive working relationship with the town of Wasaga Beach. We believe that Hockey Circuit and Georgian Bay Owls can grow into a 4-season academy that we could use our existing and new arena all year round. If our numbers are correct, the 4 top stakeholders in the arena at the current moment are Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association, Skate Canada, which is figure skating, Skate 8, and us, Hockey Circuit and Georgian Bay Owls. We understand that more people will come to the table to rent ice, but we would just like not to be forgotten in the process. Town staff can confirm if our numbers are correct. We've given out a whole bunch of pictures that you guys could look back at to see the success of the program in the last 3 years. We are currently working on our 2024 season and the future with the town's recreation department and acting arena foreman. We are heading into the unknown of the new arena, and we are looking for the following. A price structure that will be like the one given to the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association. We believe we are extremely close to their numbers, and by the end of '24, may surpass their numbers as a whole. B, our businesses currently use the Stars Arena and will operate out of the double pad when it opens, and we would like the opportunity to use the term home of the Georgian Bay Owls in the new arena. We would also like the opportunity to have a showcase or trophy case to display the achievements of our team through the season. As there are currently 4 active training schools that rent ice time, we would like to be considered as a priority booking as we have shown our commitment to the town and the arena over the last 4 years. We have also committed to advertising 2 signs in the arena with the approximate value of $650. By allowing the partnership between us and the town to grow together, we can make Wasaga Beach a year-round hockey destination. During the off-season and summer season, hockey tourism can be cultivated and grown into tourism dollars, not only for our town, but local businesses, whether it is restaurants or accommodations. This will not only increase the revenue generated at our arena, which expands advertisements for the Toronto facility and brings in local and outside residents, which in turn can benefit other businesses here in town. We look forward to building a foundation and positive relationship with the town of Wasaga Beach, a place where we can work, live, and skate. We believe that the new arena will be a great addition to our growing town, and we'd like to be part of that growth. Our academy has touched many children in this community and the surrounding area, and that has been the focus for Hockey Circuit and the Georgian Bay Owls. Our children and their friends have many years of hockey and sports to enjoy. With the growth of our academy and bringing Hockey 365 to Wasaga Beach, we all benefit. The town, the community, the business community, and most of all, the children. We would like to thank you, Mayor Smith, and members of council, again for your time and consideration.
Well, we are on a roll today for amazing presentations, that's for sure. Thank you, Pina and Kareem, for your presentation. Questions or comments from Councillor? Councillor DeLeo?
Wow, Pina and Kareem, awesome. That's amazing what you guys are doing. I'm impressed. One question for you. What's hockey yoga? Hockey yoga? Hockey yoga?
So, hockey yoga is is modern. So in the new hockey world, hockey players need to be more flexible, more control their breathing. I wanted to introduce that to young kids. So kids that were young could learn the paths of yoga, breathing techniques, and flexibility. So it's kind of new for kids, so they understand that it's for everybody, not just the adults or the professionals. So we have a trained yoga instructor from Wasaga Beach Yoga coming to do yoga training specific to hockey players and hockey goalies.
That's great. Wow, thank you.
So do they do this on skates?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
That would be a liability.
Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to this wonderful entrepreneurial couple. I certainly have watched your business grow through social media channels and really didn't understand the full extent of it until that presentation, so thank you so much for that. And I do absolutely support the spin-off, the economic spin-off that's coming from your programming, and it really is raising all ships in town. And I even see our yoga studio photographing and sharing posts about the hockey players going in, so we're getting great communication out there. And I just want to thank you so much for all that you're doing. Certainly hometown pride of your business efforts here in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, you know, we received a letter to council from another hockey organization in Collingwood, the girls hockey, Collingwood Girls Hockey, looking for a similar request. They are also an association that services the area, not necessarily just the municipality. And their request was they were looking for the same ice price time as the native team here. And I guess if you have a team that's founded here or based here in Wasaga Beach, they get a better rate than those from out of town. But even though this type of hockey and the Collingwood Girls Hockey, they service our community, the only girls hockey program that there is, and the only summertime hockey that there is. So I would say that, I think it's fair to say that there is a need for us to be able to provide the proper pricing structure for organizations that serve our residents so that they can have accessibility to this, whether it's girls hockey or summer hockey. So as part of whatever we do moving forward when it comes to rates and fees, I think that there needs to be some sort of understanding that regional teams that don't have a direct competition with a Wasaga Beach-based organization should be considered for that better rate to keep accessibility open. That would be my 2 cents to your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I've been to a couple of the events that you put on the ice, off the ice, you know, serving lunches to the kids while they're there, and it appears to be well organized, and again, to your point of sort of all ages and all skill levels, which is a great opportunity for our children here in Wasaga Beach. So I certainly support what you have done so far, and I look forward to that it grows continually. Like I haven't been to other communities, but it appears that you're filling a niche, or there's a desire of a lot of people to have their children participate and train differently and all year round, which is very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, fabulous presentation, Kareem and Pina. I too am happy that I've dropped in now and then when you're running your hockey camps and see those kids, whether they're upstairs doing the yoga or their exercises or on the ice. It's great to watch. But that you've grown from 19 hours in 2020 to 247 this past year is really quite incredible in this environment. That alone just catches my eye. So absolutely, I look forward to reports on this and how the town can work with you, how it works. I do not know those things, but certainly impressive numbers, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Like a lot of my fellow councillors, congratulations on not only having the courage to get this all started, but also the success in your growth. I think it's significant. And thank you for what this initiative and the several initiatives that you have done in the community have benefited not only our kids, but also the economic spin-off that you can clearly demonstrate. I just wanted to clarify, are you a charitable organization with the Georgian Bay Owls, or are you a for-profit center?
So we are for-profit, but we have not made any profit. So what we do is, and I could be honest, there's a breakdown of what everything costs. We take that number and we minus a certain percentage of it, hoping that we can get sponsorship to cover that. And if it doesn't, it comes from me and Kareem. Because we've discovered that when you play regular hockey in your regular season, you're anywhere from $1,000 and up. And we can't expect our parents, when hockey is already an expensive sport, to be paying $1,000 in their regular season and then upward of $1,500 and $1,600 in their spring season. So since we initiated the project in 2021, we decided that whatever we couldn't get in sponsorship dollars, and thankfully we've been able to hit goals, that we didn't have to take a whole lot of money from me and Kareem to make it happen. Our sponsorship community has been great, and so we've been able to succeed that way with charging minimal for kids to play, and then we offset the cost with sponsorship.
Thank you, Your Worship, for follow-up. And that's fantastic. And a lot of the times, these kind of heartfelt, passionate startups, right, are usually in that financial position. But I think what's important for our council to also consider is that we're setting precedents, right? And so although we have deep history in your operation, in your practice, in your standards, we won't have that same history potentially going forward. And I feel personally myself, and I'm not a hockey mom, I was a dance mom, but my sister has put 3 kids through hockey, and so I understand how expensive it is, and we want it to be accessible for young people, and we want to support businesses like yours that are supporting our community as a whole. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the $1 million operation cost of this new TPAL, and we have to somehow get this back. Through rent and fees and whatnot, because taxpayers shouldn't be supplementing a for-profit business. And yours is not the first that's come to this table in regards to arenas and ice space. And personally, my personal opinion, although I love your model and everything, I don't feel that we should necessarily be giving discounts to for-profit centers, but at the same time, perhaps being creative and looking at some kind of pool of funds, maybe from the casino money that could be set aside for youth and families to apply in order to access recreational programs that need supplementary funding. That was my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? I do have a couple. So the children, thank you for your presentation, excellent presentation. The children that are participating, we had a presentation in our last council meeting from Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey, and what we heard was that their numbers were down considerably. So are you having a lot of children who normally would be part of the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association now switching over to your organization?
No. The timeline of minor hockey for Wasaga Beach is from September 1st all the way until April 1st. Our season starts from April 1st to August 30th. So we are on the off season of the Wasaga Beach minor hockey season, and Norval all of OMHA season.
Okay, thank you very much. Then my next question was the same as the Deputy Mayor's. And so, although I understand and want to support this, because what you have done is no less than phenomenal, I think Council is going to have to look at that, because as the Deputy Mayor indicated, she talked to the $1 million in debt costs that we carry, but we also have about $800,000 or $900,000 in operating costs or higher on an annual basis over and above our old arena and library. So it's a significant nut that we have to crack. So I hope you can understand that. The other question I want to get to is you want to have the ability to call the Wasaga Stars Arena the home of your organization. Can you just speak to that a little bit? I want to understand it better because, what we do know was that the Wasaga Stars Arena name is very important to the people of Wasaga Beach, extremely important, and that not be changed. So I just want you to elaborate a little bit so council can have a better understanding of what it is you're asking, please.
Okay, so the reason for the ask is when people are coming into our community, we want them to know that our home center is the new arena. And so when we say home of the Georgian Bay Owls, is that we can set a precedence to say this association, us, is part of this arena. For example, 400 Cup is the home of, so 400 Cup is the home of the New Tech Arena. So they use that as their motto. So when they advertise it, the New Tech Arena is the home of the 400 Cup tournament organizers. So they have a place there that they can call home. We know that the arena was built with no office space because it was a question that we had that we were willing to rent an office space there. So when we were running business practice, people could come there, parents can come there, trainers can come there. So that was the request, is that we could make our new arena the home of the Georgian Bay Owls. And if that meant just a trophy case, that we could say we run this organization out of your arena. Just like the Siskins, the arena in Stayner is the home of the Siskins. Just like the Collingwood Blues is the home of the Eddie Bush. We want to know that we could have a presence in that arena because we do believe we are going to have to go into an association as a non-for-profit. We know that. But we needed to get our numbers there. We've had great success in the last 3 years, and we believe we will get bigger, which means with them we have to take different pathways to get where we need to go. So that's the home of. So we can just have a presence so that when people come, they know that we're coming from Wasaga Beach, because this is where the roots started.
All right, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Preem.
As well to add to that is Wasaga Beach has always been known as a huge hockey community. For years in the summertime, hockey camps and many different things to make Wasaga Beach unique because of the fact that we're the only, let's say, out of 6 counties have 365 ice, so which makes us exclusive to summer hockey and exclusive to that timeline of the year. With saying that we want to brand Wasaga Beach to have a clean and positive outgo with this new arena to bring that history of hockey and royalty back here. And we've put our name out there to the community in Toronto and different areas saying, where are you guys from? We have nice jerseys, good-looking team, and they're like, oh, we're from Wasaga Beach. So we state that we're from Wasaga Beach. Oh, they have hockey in Wasaga Beach? Don't they do hay and random things? But no, we play hockey over here, and we play hockey well. And in North Live this year was our 2nd season, and we got to shock a lot of people by winning 6 championships, right? So we actually got to put Wasaga Beach on the map for a hockey community and a hockey area in the summertime, right? So that's the reason why we want to really brand Wasaga Beach as our home location and enjoy the new arena. Like back in the 60s when the arena was built, Wasaga Beach was known as the hockey community because of the new arena. Now we have another new arena, so let's brand that to make Wasaga Beach a well-known hockey community again.
All right, thank you very much. So it's good to know that there are other communities that have done this in their arenas. So Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through your worship, it's been said now a couple of times, but it's just really clear, like I've always seen you doing the hockey, but am I correct? Really, you're a summer hockey league at this point. That's a really great image, really, with the beach and the summer hockey. So I get it, but then there's lots of potential for winter.
Correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thank you for mentioning about the jerseys, because I do love the jerseys. I love the color of them, and sometimes jerseys are not, what's that, sorry? Sorry? No. Not asking for anything. No, but they just look sharp, and they look unified with the beach, which I think it was very appropriate. But I think the other thing to consider and to look at as well is we are also home of the Wasaga Stars, right? And there's lots of pride in that name. And then to the Deputy CAO's efforts in bringing in another team, That's also going to be part of this facility as well. So I apologize, it sounds like I'm beating up on, and I'm not, right? I'm just trying to really process all the pieces, and it's difficult because it is such an exciting facility, and there is an abundance of support and passion for this sport. And again, I want to applaud you for what you've done, but those are just some other things that kind of come from the question of His Worship.
May I? So the town of Collingwood shares their arena with 3 associations also. Blue Thunder, which is what we do, but they do it from May until June. And then there's the Junior A team, which is the Collingwood Blues. And then they have their Collingwood Blues team. So we would.
And girls.
And Collingwood Lightning. So we are doing the exact same thing that our neighboring communities are doing, just we're asking to do it in our $70 million arena.
All right, thank you very much. A question to Director Roos. Summertime ice is normally at a discounted rate, or is it the same as wintertime ice?
Actually, summer ice in Wasaga Beach is at a premium. It's a little bit higher, and that's because we are one of, let's say, the traditional 3. Stayner, Elmvale, Collingwood does have 1 pad open in the summertime, but typically we charge a little bit more. So there is a summer prime number that starts on evenings and weekends in May. And then there's an all-day premium that starts in July. So our price goes up actually in the summer, and we're able to fill, it's actually one of our most active seasons because we've always been traditionally a summer ice facility.
In Collingwood, Stayner takes their ice out and Elmville takes their ice out in the summer also. So we're the only 2 facilities or 2 areas
In the area, right.
that have ice.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much for your presentation. So where do we go from here, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. On November 16th, the council will be hosting a public consultation meeting on our fees and charges bylaw. I feel that would be appropriate time for the public to come and discuss fees and charges as it relates to ICE. As well, I'm aware that the Director of Recreation and Facilities is working on an ICE allocation policy as well, and that will come before council. So I feel that there is a motion on the agenda to receive the delegation at this time, and then these matters will be coming back to council. Just being mindful as well of Section 106 of the Municipal Act and what assistance municipalities are able to provide to private business. Thank you.
Okay, so we will need to go through that process before we can come back to the cost of the ice. But with respect to the naming, being able to indicate that it's the official home and a trophy case, can we put a motion together with respect to those items so we can give these folks an answer, if not today, as soon as possible? And do we have anyone here prepared to move a motion today, or do we want a report to come back with the motion attached? A report? So a report to come back so we can look at and see what else is happening in the other communities, and then, of course, a motion will be attached to that.
Yes, that would be great.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, thank you, folks. All right, keep up the good work. We appreciate it.
So if we could just get a motion then with a mover and seconder.
Sorry?
Did we want to move and second the, to receive the information and to direct staff to bring a report back?
Okay, we can do that for sure. So I'll just add that to the end of this motion before me. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we do have a motion that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receive the delegation from Kareem Thomas and Pina Stilitano pertaining to Hockey Circuit and Georgian Bay Owls for information, and that staff be directed to bring a report back to Council. Is that good? All right, moving to second, moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item number 6 of the agenda, open forum. Open forum, of course, is an opportunity for members of the public to come forward, either online or here personally, to comment on any items on today's agenda. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Worship. I do not have anybody registered online today.
All right, and do we have anyone here in the audience today wanting to come forward and make a comment on anything to do with today's agenda? All right. We have a staff member here, but she's here for the next item, I believe. Anyone else? No one else in the audience, and there is no one here in the audience anyway. So, all right, we'll move on from item number 6 to item number 7, presentations, and it's 7.1 town lands, disposition and consideration. And we have our wonderful employee, Anna, here today to make this presentation. So, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. As he mentioned, I'm Anna Olson. I'm the Economic Development Assistant. So we're going to be doing a presentation on a number of town-owned lands. While we're getting it set up, I'll go ahead and briefly introduce the presentation. So as we read, the purpose of this project has been for the Economic Development Department to evaluate the town's real estate assets and determine which of these assets may be considered for designation as surplus land and then eventual disposition. So this potential future disposition of surplus land will serve as additional revenue stream or will go into our land reserves for council's future determination of use. Also tied to this project is going to be the need to address affordable and accessible housing in our community, and some of these properties will be assessed for this specific purpose, and I'll make note of that once we alter purposes. Yeah, perfect. All right, so that's everything I kind of just said. The evaluation, it has included 85 properties, and we've narrowed it down to the following 18 properties. So we're not looking at 85, we're only looking at 18. That was just a more cohesive list. So the process of this has involved meeting with all the department heads, or most of them, including the CAO's office, Development Services, Treasury, Planning, and Public Works. We did that to evaluate the current use of these land parcels and also the future potential use for these parcels. So we'll go ahead and go through them pretty quickly, and then we can open it up for comments at the end. So the Table A, these properties are going to be reviewed and are being recommended by staff for designation as surplus land. So this is the first property. This is 1067 Shore Lane. This is on the intersection of 40th Street and Shore Lane, noting that daylighting and right-of-way dedication would be requested prior to final disposition. This is 70 35th Street North at the intersection of 35th and Sunnydale. So is this one. It's right next to the last one. This is 101 Sunnydale Road North, across the street from the last two that I just mentioned, near to the beach and many main roads. This is 122 24th Street North, across from that gas station that's on Mosley Street. There would be, again, right-of-way and daylighting considerations for this property prior to disposition. This is a residential lot on Dunkerin Avenue. Another lot on Dunkerin Avenue. This is 16. This is currently the Beach 3 municipal parking lot, zoned as a commercial tourist zone. So there likely will be considerations regarding that with this property. We have 396 Mosley Street. Again, we would request right-of-way and daylighting designations prior to final disposition on this property. This is 246 Mosley Street. I'm not sure that you can even see it in that photo, but there's a tiny little block of land there that we were unable to find any history on, and it is surrounded by provincial parkland, so we would probably look into giving that to the provincial parks. I would like to note that this property, we'd like to withdraw from the list. After the report was submitted, some new information we became aware of that there is active storm sewer outlets and a water main on this property that we were unaware of before we submitted the report. So we'd like to withdraw this one from the list. This is a residential lot on Longdale Drive. This one is the River Road West Road Allowance. So this is interesting as this has actually been already declared as surplus land, but is not technically a land parcel. So prior to disposition, this would need to be reevaluated and also deeded in order to sell it properly as a land parcel. This one has also been declared surplus. We just would like to present it to council for recommendation and direction on the disposition of it. And the same case for this one. So these two lots are next to each other, but they're both already declared as surplus. We'd just like council consideration for direction on what to do with them. Then we'll move on to Table B. For these properties, they're included in our meetings. We have no solid plans as of yet, so we would like council direction on proceeding to explore these properties for affordable, attainable, and workforce housing options. So we have Highway 26 on Lions Court, 950 Veterans Way, and 425 River Road West. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Anna. Any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a number. I'm assuming we haven't gone to the appraisal point at
No.
as of now, but I can only imagine that we're talking a considerable amount of dollars. But I'm also concerned of what our plans are for the entire 85. Like, we're only talking about 25% of the properties currently that we want to move forward with, but what is the timeline or the restraints as far as the remaining properties coming before council?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, as of now, we are just focusing on these 18 properties, as the others are much more complicated. As of now, they're not being used in many cases by the town, but there are restrictions on what we'd be able to do with them in order to dispose of them. So it's just a much lengthier process to look into them. So they would not be like immediate.
Well, I understand that, but the point is that this land owned by the community has been owned by us for a considerable period of time. It has value. It's generating no revenue. So I guess I'm asking on the full 85, are we going to try to have some understanding in the next quarter, or is it longer, or?
I think we'll look to our CEO for that answer.
Thank you very much, and through Mr. Mayor. Absolutely, and this is part of a larger plan that we're working on that also includes the province. There are significant land holdings that are controlled by the province that are not being used today. So we wanted to make sure that we got our house in order, the town's house in order. So that started with identifying all of these 85 properties, and we've ranked the ones that are really the low-hanging fruit, the ones that we believe should be sold and that we're recommending to council to do that with. There's the second element, that ones that we believe have opportunity for affordable, attainable workforce housing. And then there's the third bucket, as Anna indicated, that are more complicated, that will take a bit of time to sort out. I can't give you an exact timeline other than we're working on it. And I would assume at some point, likely in early 2024, we'll come back with some additional properties, but they'll roll out over a period of time. We'd like to get moving with these. We have not had them evaluated in terms of their price, their market value, but I think you're correct. This is in multi-millions of dollars that is generating no value for the municipality today. So we would like to start unlocking some of that and put it in a land reserve so that it could be used for other more valuable purposes. So I hope that gives you what you're looking for, but it's going to be a lengthy process to get to all 85, but we wanted to start with this.
Yeah, that answers my question. I think the point is that we don't deal with the 18 and let the others sit for another year or 2 years. It's been a considerable time already, I believe.
For sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White was next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I couldn't help but notice 16 Duncarron being on there. It's a municipal parking lot, access to the beach. I use it all the time to get, there's a little path down there. I can take my paddleboard down to the bay. I'm struggling to understand why we would sell a tourist parking lot in a prime location.
If I may, through the chair, I think the reason that that particular lot is of focus is due to its prime location, and it being, I have some statistics here, it's our 5th lot generating the least revenue of all of our parking lots. As of August of 2023, it only generated $13,000 of revenue compared to some of our more popular lots, which are closer to $208,000, or a smaller lot being $88,000. So comparably to those, it does not generate a lot of revenue. Did you have something to say? I think he has something to add to that as well.
Sure. Yeah. I'm happy to add a few other comments. So we've had a great deal of discussion about that lot. And is it the highest and best use of town-owned land? We looked at the revenue. Rachel and her team helped us understand how much revenue is being generated. It is not a stellar performing lot. I've been keeping an eye on that lot all summer. I very deliberately on long weekends drove by to see usage. There are not a lot of cars in it, apart from yours. But our feeling, staff's recommendation is that there's a higher and better use. It is within one of our nodes, one of our growth nodes. And given that there is a provincial park area in close proximity that can actually handle a significant number of cars, our feeling is that it would probably be best used as development, mixed use, housing, et cetera. So we think there's a higher and better use for that site, but we welcome council's feedback and direction on it.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor White?
I understand that it's probably not the most popular lot. That's probably why I go there. But I would wonder, I don't want to hold the process up too much by this, but I do feel like it's probably more of a resident lot with resident parking passes. And I know that they don't generate any revenue, and I know that that's very important. But I think that resident access to the beachfront is, kind of what we do as a town. We have the best beach, and I think we should have our residents have the easiest of access to it. And I know there's tons of parking at the main end, but some of us don't always like to be in all the crowds, and maybe a little bit more anonymous, so, and maybe with a paddleboard in hand. So anyways, I would love to see, maybe an online Let's Talk or whatever, and see if people are using it, to see if there's any value in keeping it. Because if it is a dog on the revenue scale, I understand selling it, but if people love it and it's a resident pass situation, I would argue to maybe keep it.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, excuse me. That was on my list. I was a question about too, and I wondered if there'd been a parking study. So I guess it's a bit of an anecdotal parking study based on revenue, but I wonder if there's an opportunity, if it is used, to perhaps reduce it in size. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to put that out there. It doesn't require an answer. I was wondering about the Wasaga Stars land at 425 River Road West. We are doing a feasibility study on that piece, right?
Maybe I'll take this one through Mayor Smith. Absolutely, there's a few elements, and we knew this one would come up in discussion. The intention here is Director Roos will be undertaking the facility review and bringing forward to council some options for potential reuse of the building. Whether or not council decides to keep the building or perhaps move on from the building, there are options that we could look at. There's a significant parcel of land there. We do believe it is ideally situated for affordable, attainable workforce housing, specifically with the announcement that was made last week, where we have an amazing community hub being pursued across the street. We already have the Arena Library going to be opening within the next few weeks. So from an amenity perspective, it provides great community facilities in close walking distance. Residents can walk within a 10-minute walk to 2 grocery stores, restaurants, and it's a long walk or short bike ride to the beachfront for residents there. In addition, it's on a transit line. So when you think about where to locate workforce housing attainable and affordable, those are kind of ticking all the boxes for some of those uses, and it would also allow the municipality to show leadership. So we've been chatting amongst ourselves is, could the Wasaga Stars Arena be compatible if we were to look at uses like that? And I think we believe there could be a scenario where it could work. So what we are recommending to council is we have had some interest from a third party at helping us explore what this could look like. And we'd like to come back to council with some drawings, some options, a business case, in combination with the potential reuse scenarios for the Stars Arena, so that council has a complete understanding of the opportunity before you. And the other option could be to simply sell the lands, put it out for market housing, et cetera. So there's a few scenarios that could play out, and we're just looking for direction so that we can bring all the scenarios before you.
All right, thank you. Carry on, Councillor. But sorry, before you do, Andrew, did you have a response to Councillor White's question? Did I miss your hand there?
Oh, the one additional comment I was going to make, if, again, we'll take direction from council. If there is some trepidation about perhaps including that on the list just yet, I could make a suggestion that when we seek evaluation for all of the other properties, it might make sense for us to put a value on it, or at least get an opinion of value, and then we could come back to council and say, we believe this piece of land is worth approximately this. It's generating this revenue. If you'd like to keep it as a parking lot, that's fine. But just so you have all the facts in front of you, and you could weigh that, if that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, and I also just wanted to comment that I think that we will hear some pushback from residents if we start taking a lot of our tree canopy away. And some of those lots are kind of a breath of fresh air when you're traveling around Wasaga Beach. And not to make a long meeting longer, but how did we come into possession of many of these lots, the short version? How do we have all this property? Was it willed to us?
If I may, through the chair, a lot of it, we have just owned it for a very long time, whether parcels of it were dedicated through neighborhood planning or other things like that. Like, it very much depends on each lot, and a lot of it we have owned for a very long time. And again, part of this process was we realized we own so many parcels of property and we don't really know why, because the history of why we own it goes pretty far back. So we don't really see, in a lot of cases, why we own them.
Did you want to add to that, Andrew?
Yeah, I would, and it's a great point that Anna just made. And I know in our discussions with the province, it's very much a similar situation. Both the province and the municipality have tremendous land holdings, and the history of how they were acquired, some of it has been lost. And quite frankly, a lot of staff were not even aware that the municipality owned some of these lots. So the municipality is sitting on tens of millions of dollars in real estate that we had forgotten about. And so what we're looking to do is unlock some of that value, not all of it, with the lots that we believe make sense. But there will be some that we may decide to hold on to.
Thank you, Andrew. Are you finished, Councillor? All right, Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through your worship, this is probably a question 101, but that's the level I'm at, so I'm going to ask it. Does the zoning stay the same when you offer it for sale? The zoning on each property?
Yeah, if I may, most of the properties that we've included in this particular presentation are zoned as residential building lots, save for one that I believe is a commercial tourist accommodation zone. So we mostly have included properties that would not require rezoning on disposition.
Thank you. And what does OS as in Sam stand for? Thank you.
Yeah, that stands for open space. Yeah.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Mayor. Just if it's appropriate, as a municipality, we've been talking a long time about a large number of lots that are owned by the parks that were expropriated and they've done nothing with. and we'd not like nothing better for them to surplus them so we can get the property tax. And the same thing, when we talk about a waterfront parking lot, that's generating $13,000 a year, it would generate probably $500,000. That $500,000 invested generates revenue. That residential unit that gets built on that house is probably going to pay north of $8,000 a year in property tax. So when you look at these lots, it's not just the money that we're getting when we sell, it's an ongoing property tax year after year if a residential unit's built on this. So when we do all the math, it's a large sum of money. Certainly it could go a long way of paying down our debt for the library and arena or many other uses. So certainly this is something that I believe we should move quickly on, and it's a pretty positive story for our taxpayers. So.
Thank you, Councillor, and not to mention the development charges as well. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Very good points, Councillor Belanger. That's sort of where I was leaning as well, is, as we had our discussion at the budget, the need to get creative with coming up with financial solutions to some of the commitments that previous council and this council are going to be making in investing in our community. I do agree with Councillor White in regards to that parking lot. I'd like to see that looked at, and I would support that being pulled from this list so that more research could be done. The other lands outside of Table B, all the other identified surplus lands, I think make sense to move forward with. And there's no point in sitting on dead wood. We need to look creatively at how to create more income. But I am mindful that we do hear from residents, especially those, sort of more in the West End, that there isn't enough parking out there for them to be able to access the beach if they don't live within, a reasonable walking distance. And I also agree with the parking passes, so whether or not the annual is accurate or something in regards to the usage. So that would be my only thing. And also, too, we have to keep in mind as well that the dog park is there. So if we want to promote and encourage our fur friends to be able to access the beach in a safe and law-abiding way, right? If we don't want them spreading out to all the other beaches, we need to make sure that we're supporting access to that. And as part of that research, I think it would be interesting to find out from the ministry, if we could, what parking capacity they have at their closest parking location to that, to see if they're at max or over max in terms of space for overflow. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Andrew?
If I could, great points, and we'll certainly look into all of that. Just as a bit of background, so the lot itself in 2023 generated $13,000. That, obviously, there was an element, there were a tremendous number of free parking passes given out. In 2022 and 2021, that was not the case. It generated in 2021 $10,000. And in 2022, $16,000. So it seems to be in that range. So even going back a few years, it's not a significant generator. But we'll look at the bigger issues and come back with a comprehensive report back on it.
Thank you. All right. And so my comments are we have a lot of debt, and we need to do everything we can to alleviate that debt and that pressure on our ratepayers. And this is a fairly simple way to be able to do that. And if we've got properties that, A, we didn't know we had, B, we're not using, or C, are not generating the revenues required versus the revenues that we can create, as per Councillor Belanger's point, I think we seriously need to look at that. And so I'm looking forward to that report and everything else coming forward. Before I go to the resolution, I just want to point out that Anna is a student employee of the town who we've extended her contract, I believe, till Christmas. And she's now still in school and working part-time with us. And so, and this is Anna's first report to council. And I want to point out this is a prime example of the excellent people that we are hiring at the town of Wasaga Beach. Because Anna, for your very first time, I got to tell you, you look like a seasoned pro there, and great job. So thank you, Anna. All right, I do have a resolution resolved that the contents of
Sorry,
the...
Your Worship, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Based on the discussion and because that motion is not on the council table, I was wondering if we'd like to amend number 2 to exclude 16 Dunkaroon Avenue? Or we can vote on the main motion.
Yeah, we could exclude it, but then we want to add to the end that we want a report to come back on that as well, correct? So I'm going to let you read the motion then in its entirety, Madam Clerk, so we capture all that, please, and thank you.
That the report titled Town-Owned Lands Disposition Consideration to the October 26, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting be received for information. That the noted properties in Table A, save and accept 16 Dunkaroon Avenue, be declared surplus, and that staff be directed to dispose of the lands as per the terms and conditions of the town's disposition of land bylaw. That staff explore opportunities and potential partnerships with respect to affordable, attainable, and workforce housing opportunities for those properties listed in Table B, and report back to Council with recommendations for consideration. And that the proceeds generated from the sale of surplus properties be held in the land reserve to be utilized for future priorities as directed by Council. And further, that the CAO be directed to bring back a report on 16 Dunkaroon Avenue.
I think that covers it. You've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Anna. Moving on to item number 8, Government Relations. 8.1, the CAO's update with respect to the Wasaga Beach Community Hub. Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I do have a short presentation now. I know a number of members of council were at the Ratepayers Association last night, where a similar presentation was presented. Is council comfortable if I walk through this fairly quickly, just for the benefit of those residents that may be watching at home?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, excellent. So the presentation that I'm going to share with you is actually the identical presentation that myself and the Deputy CAO and Carly presented to the Ministry of Education about a week ago. The partnership that we have put forward with Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board, as well as the additional partners on the slide in front of you, is now officially on the capital priority submission list. So we had a meeting with the people that will be reviewing this from the Ministry of Education. They were quite impressed with the submission, and I'll just walk through it quickly so that the community has a better understanding of what exactly is contained within the development. Wasaga Beach, we're growing tremendously fast, going to be doubling in size in the next couple decades. The important element to realize here is that we're growing a lot of children. We're attracting a lot of children in our community. And a lot of that has to do with the type of housing that is being built here. There are obviously many different types of housing: singles, semis, triplexes, fiveplexes, condos, etc. The types of housing typologies that generate the most amount of families and the most amount of children are generally single-family homes. This is a photograph of the Elm development on the way into town. We are growing tremendously quick along Sunnydale, and we're also going to be growing tremendously quick at the west end of town. All of that compiled together means that there's going to be a lot more kids in our community. Our goal here is to build a complete community for all of our residents, all age demographics, and that includes having schools so that people don't have to leave our community to pursue education. And that applies to children in elementary school, children in secondary school, but also post-secondary for anyone that wants to pursue post-secondary. We want to provide those opportunities within our own community. Wasaga Beach has the notorious title of being the largest community in Ontario without a high school. We believe that actually is within the entire country, and we're hoping to change that fairly quickly with the help of both school boards. There are approximately 1,000 children that leave our community every day that are bused out to other schools, both in the public, Catholic and French school systems. That is a high school that we are sending out of our community, and our kids are being impacted by that. Spending 177 hours on a bus means approximately 40 minutes to an hour each day riding a bus to and from school. That impacts your ability to engage with your classmates, to participate in extracurricular activities, and really to feel a sense of belonging as part of your school. I mentioned last evening that there is a bit of a derogatory term that is used for our kids. We are referred to as the beach kids in other schools throughout the county. So it's a label that I think is uncomfortable for our children. And if we can deliver and provide educational opportunities here so that they can be part of our community and feel a sense of belonging, I think that benefits everyone. Schools, community hubs are also in every community centers of community life. So when you think about why communities fight so hard to keep schools from closing, the reverse is true. That's why we are fighting so hard to actually have them opened here in our community. Community hubs is something that this council is very familiar with, something that we've been pursuing ever since 2014. When Mayor Smith was mayor between 14 and 18, we had numerous meetings with the then Wynne government and the Minister of Education and Karen Petrie, who was the head of the Community Hubs group that had a direct report into the Premier's office. We learned a lot about community hubs at that point in time. We were told very clearly by that provincial government, if you want to build an arena, you're on your own. If you want to build a community hub, you're on our list. That's how you attract provincial and federal funding. So we were on the list back in 2014. We are now back on the list now for a community hub. The benefit of a community hub is you make more efficient use of land. So for example, we have hundreds of parking spots out as part of the TPAL, the Twin Pad Arena Library. We don't need to build hundreds of parking spots for a school when their peak hours are different. School hours are 8:30 to 3:30, whereas the majority of folks that will use the arena and library are at different peak. So you can actually share quite nicely, and which means you don't have to build as much parking, you can save money. The TPAL is a multi-use facility, there are a range of community uses, and the overall community hub that we're talking about would have a K-12 school, library, arena, daycare, theater, and additional uses. So this just makes sense to group all of these uses together, mitigates capital costs, and allows us to spread the peaks to benefit of our community. The colors are not showing up on this slide, but on the left side of the screen, there's a little red dot called the proposed K-12 school and community hub, which aligns with the site plan that you see in the middle of the screen, which is proposed adjacent to the arena library. This is a very strategic location for our community. It is a 10-minute walk from our main street. It is a 10 to 15-minute walk from our beachfront. It is a 10-minute walk from over 3,000 units being built as Elm, Farsight Homes, Ambria developments. And it is a 10-minute walk from hundreds of units that will come on stream in our downtown as part of intensification and part of intensification on our beachfront. That is a very good news story for multiple reasons. A lot of schools that are built in Simcoe County are really follow more of a rural type format where they're built out in farmers' fields and kids are bused there or kids are driven to school. If you want to build a healthy community, invest in our kids, build healthy kids, you want to provide options, and particularly active transportation options. So this location for a hub and this location for a K-12 school will enable hundreds of our kids to walk to school. It will allow them to ride a bike. It will allow them to take public transit. There will be some, obviously, that will come by bus or by car, but kids will have options. You can ride a bike from one end of town in Wasaga Beach in not too long a time. I'm old and out of shape, and I can do it in about half an hour from end to end. So young kids that are healthy and in great shape should be able to ride virtually anywhere in our community to attend school. So we think this is a great location as well. There's tremendous economic uplift that can come from schools. Again, look at the town of Elmville and the impact that that high school has, Stainer, the impact of that high school has on small business. Obviously, the youngsters in primary will eat in a cafeteria on site, but high school children, they can go off site during lunch hours and go visit and buy a sub or a slice of pizza, whatever they want. That helps our small business. In addition, every store I go to in town, I see a Help Wanted sign. There's an opportunity for some of our kids to get after-school jobs right in our downtown, which benefits a lot of people. So tremendous spin-offs from this location. As many of you know, our new Twin Pad Arena Library is nearing completion. Grand opening will occur very early in 2024. Sits on 15 acres, 2 NHL-sized arenas, outdoor basketball courts, indoor running track, state-of-the-art library with all the wonderful uses on here. We reached out to both school boards and said, would you be interested in coming and touring this facility? And then after the tour, can we sit down with you and explore opportunities to partner? Catholic Board jumped at the opportunity. We extended the invite on a Tuesday. That Thursday, we were touring staff, senior staff, and trustee. By the following Monday, we had a unanimous resolution from the Catholic Board endorsing pursuing this partnership with us. So they saw the vision, they saw the opportunity here to build something truly special and unique in the county, and they really jumped at it. So we are thankful for their cooperation, and there will be obviously synergies here. They said to us, why would we build a library? You've already built a state-of-the-art library. If we can partner with you and work out a shared facilities agreement, that saves us money, and then maybe we could build you something that would benefit your community, which is exactly what we've pursued. In terms of the partnership itself, what we would be looking at, and the detailed agreements will not happen until shortly before the facility would open, but in principle, we would be looking at a shared facility agreement with the library. Myself, Kevin Lalonde, and the mayor met with the library board earlier this week. We understand that this changes the operational model that was being pursued. We've got some time to figure out what that means and the implications of that. It's certainly not unheard of in the province, and we're confident we can collaboratively figure that out. Shared parking so that we can both benefit from investments in parking. The overall parking supply will be increased dramatically so that for hockey tournaments or when the minor hockey comes to town, we have sporting events, concerts, we will have a much larger parking pool without the school board having to invest in hundreds and hundreds of parking spots on their own. Professional grade performance art theater, which I'm going to touch on in a minute, and then the outdoor recreational facilities. So these would be elements that we would contribute. The Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board would be obviously submitting the K-12 school. This is a flexible school. The intention is over time to phase out the elementary component. They have a site within Elm that they would like to pursue ultimately for a standalone elementary school. And then the idea would be, subject to numbers, that this would be a standalone high school eventually. And it has been designed that way. Tremendous partnerships, and the Deputy CAO has really led the charge on getting MOUs signed with Lakehead University and Canadore College. With respect to Lakehead, we're looking at micro-credential certificates in tourism, hospitality, environmental stewardship. These are things that are within our wheelhouse. How wonderful would it be to actually train folks in the hospitality industry and then have them work in our casino or work in our hotels, work in our restaurants. That's how we support and grow talent within our own community. With respect to Canadore College, this is at the top of the priority list at the provincial level. There's a housing crisis. The province is looking at ways to create new housing. One of the impediments is we don't have enough skilled trades to actually build the housing and meet the targets that have been established. So we'd actually like to train some of those folks in our town. Canador, that's their business. They are willing to create programs around framing, plumbing, welding, healthcare, childcare. So that's a phenomenal partnership here. We think that partnership will position us very well with the province when they're thinking about where to direct funding. Simcoe County, County Council has endorsed bringing a high school here, has endorsed a community hub in our community. They've also sent a letter of support for bringing childcare here. They have to be careful. They can't get ahead of the Ministry of Education. Usually the Ministry of Education says where we need a childcare. So they absolutely support this. They absolutely want to be here. They just have to be careful what they put in a letter, but they have indicated that they would be very supportive of bringing childcare as part of this community hub. And then Farsight Homes. Farsight Homes has been phenomenal. Robert Chickendance, who we have been working with. Day one when we approached him with the opportunity, the answer was simply, yes, how do I help you? So he will be contributing land, and I will explain what that means on the next slide. The way the deal would work, the school itself will occupy 6 acres of land. The reason for that is the Catholic Board was looking at building an elementary school. Elementary schools are built on 6 acres of land. High schools require more land than elementary schools. They only have the funding for the 6. So they are prepared to buy the land that the school itself will sit on. The remainder of the land that would make up a traditional high school facility, which includes the sports fields, the running track, the soccer pitch, the football field, Mr. Chickendance is prepared to dedicate those lands to the municipality. So $0 to the municipality. This would be a community facility. The town would actually own a facility, and then there would be a shared facilities arrangement with the school board. So it's a wonderful partnership, and we really thank Mr. Chickendance for his cooperation in working with the school board on this. I won't go through the details of the floor plans, but just so everyone is aware, the rules around submitting schools have changed. This is the first year where you actually had to design your school, you actually had to cost your school and demonstrate that it's shovel-ready in order to be eligible for funding. That has caused a tremendous workload on all of the school boards to meet the requirements, but we rallied together, and we were able to successfully meet all the criteria, and this package has gone in. The things that I'll note here, the top right, the light green color, that is where the child care facility would be located that ideally will be run by the County of Simcoe. We heard from our staff this morning in our engagement sessions with staff. Child care is a big deal, not only for our employees, but for residents at large. So this is something that's desperately needed in our community. There are 3 gymnasiums. When you think about the recreational amenities that we have in our community with this, I believe we would be able, and Director Roos is certainly more knowledgeable than I, but this would stack us up against any community in the area and would allow us to hold tournaments like OFSA basketball, et cetera. So we would have the ability to use these facilities for special tournaments. The one that I'm truly excited about, and I was almost bursting out of my boots at the budget meeting at the Recplex a week ago when all of the questions were coming at us about, well, what are you doing for arts and culture? What we said to the school board was, we're happy to work with you on a shared facilities agreements for the library. We really need a cultural center. We need a theater for our community. If you could incorporate one in your building, that would save our residents a tremendous amount of money. For us to build a standalone cultural center is probably, $10 to $20 million, depending on how elaborate we go with this. What we are proposing here is that the Ministry of Education would do the capital build. They would pay for the walls of a cultural center. The town's commitment would simply be to add pull-out seats and a theater-grade sound system. So for the cost of some seats and a sound system, we get a theater, a 300-seat theater. We've used the model of the Royal Bank Theatre at the Living Arts Center in Mississauga. If you haven't been there, we should probably take council on a tour of it. It's a wonderful facility. The acoustics are amazing. It actually allows dance, vocal performances, etc. So the other thing I will note, the three rooms that are just immediately to the north of the purple, which would be the theater, is a dance room, visual arts room, and a music room. So that entire corner of the building is essentially a cultural center for our community, and it would function as such in after-school hours, evenings, and weekends. So tremendously excited about that for our community. Second floor, we have vocational schools. The one that I will highlight is the very top, small green there. That's a culinary school. When we first saw the concept for the culinary school, I think the Deputy CAO, our jaws dropped. This is a world-class teaching facility that can, again, train all of the future chefs in our community, but also it can train folks in the evening who just want to take a cooking class. So the totality of this is a tremendous facility for the residents of Wasaga Beach. And then a comment I've been hearing quite a bit about is, well, why Catholic Board? Why didn't you partner with the Public Board? And what does this mean for us? The good news here is the day before this announcement was made public, the Public Board came in and submitted their plans for a pre-con for a high school out in Sunnydale. So what we are seeing, both school boards do their numbers independently. Both school boards have independently said, we have enough growth in this community to support a high school, which is wonderful news. We have been saying that for years. Both school boards are now acknowledging it. Public Board put us number 12, Catholic Board put us number 2. The only reason we are not number 1 on the Catholic Board's list is they have 24 portables at Angus, and they felt it would undermine their credibility if they put us number 1. They wanted to, though. Catholic high schools are open access, meaning you don't have to be Catholic to go to a Catholic school. My kids go to Catholic school. I am not Catholic. So the community should understand if you want to go to this school, you will be able to. The timeline for this is doors open 2027, subject to provincial funding in April. If we get the thumbs up in the funding, we will move quickly to break ground before end of year next year. It's a 2-year build, and then our kids would move in the fall of 2027. The timeline for the public school, we understand, is 2030 or beyond. So ultimately, our residents will have a choice. If this is open 2027, and you want your kids to go here, you can do that. You don't have to be Catholic. If you feel strongly and you want to go to the public system, they will have to travel outside of town until the public school is built. So with that, I'll stop and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Another great presentation. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Andrew, last night, I had a call this morning from a resident who misheard, I believe, something that you said last night. And she was sitting in the back, and the sound wasn't as great as probably where I was sitting. But she thought that you said that the elementary portion of the school is assured, and the high school portion is likely. And I told her, no, I think it's, it's going to happen. But could you please confirm what you said?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The elementary school, the need for the school, just so you understand, the current school in Wasaga Beach is operating over 140% capacity. So there was a very strong business case to build an elementary school. The need for a high school is a little bit more complicated, and we needed to look at the demand within the Catholic Board and impact on surrounding schools. We've run those numbers. The comments I made last night was within 10 years of opening, all Catholic schools, high schools in neighboring communities will all be in the 140 to 160% capacity range, which is, you need to build another school scenario. On day one, the school in Collingwood would be operating at about 70 to 75% capacity. And what they will do is very quickly transition that to a 7 to 12, which will get them up to 100%, alleviate pressure at primary, and prevent the need to build a third school in Collingwood. So economically, it makes a lot of sense for the Catholic Board. Nothing is ever assured. The K-12 goes to the ministry for funding. The business case that we have put forward is very solid. The school board is extremely excited about it. We've done our homework. The numbers make sense. Now it's in the court of the ministry, and we hope they agree that this is a tremendous opportunity and give the funding in April.
Thank you, and I tried to say all that, but boy, it sounds much better when you do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question and then one clarification. So the first question, the theater, will it be similar, like in concept, like with the Gaiety Theater in Collingwood?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's a little bit different, and the reason for that, the Gaiety, and it's been, probably I was in my 20s the last time I was in that theater. That, if I recall, had formal seating, so it was a full-on theater with hard seats. This is actually a flexible theater, so during the day, the seats can actually be put back in the wall, and it can function for a number of purposes. And that's really the direction that a lot of communities are going, is to create flexible spaces. So it allows the school to use it for multiple different uses. And then in the evening, you simply pull the seats out. These are not gymnasium bench seats. These are full-on theater seats. That image I showed you from the RBC Theatre in Mississauga, those are retractable seats, very comfortable to watch a performance. So that's the kind of innovative theater we're talking about.
Great, thank you. Okay, second, I come from a family of teachers and principals with the Toronto Catholic School Board. To my understanding, elementary students, in order to attend a Catholic school, elementary, not high school, one parent must be baptized, or the child cannot attend. Is that the case with Simcoe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can confirm that. I believe that is correct. Again, I'm reflecting on my experience where my kids are currently in Catholic elementary school. I believe we had to demonstrate that. I'm not Catholic, but I've been baptized. So I met the criteria, as did my wife. Really, the condition they had was that to attend the school, they wanted you to sign on the dotted line that you would transfer your tax dollars to the Catholic board versus the public board. That was their key sticking point. It wasn't that much of a focus on whether you were baptized, but we can confirm. But that would only apply to the elementary component. Obviously, the high school component doesn't matter. It's open access.
Correct, it is for the elementary, because I was debating that with my brother and my niece, and they're saying, nope, you better get that checked, because in Toronto, no way. You have to be baptized, one of the parents.
Right.
You don't have to be Catholic, but you must be baptized, just one parent.
I believe that's the case, but we'll confirm that.
Thank you, because a lot of people are asking that here in Wasaga, saying, can my child go, and they're not Catholic, to the elementary?
So we will confirm that ASAP and make sure that we make that clear. All right, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation, and what a great opportunity for our town. My question is around the impact to the public school board. As you know, we are again 12 on the list. I think we were 12 last time. I think that their list is public. What impact does this have on their plans for Wasaga Beach and a public high school here? Does that advance set them behind, or have no impact on their plans?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, it's hard to answer that question, and it's one of those that I don't think we'll know until this facility actually opens. And the reason I say that, when we were looking at the business case for the K-12, one of the things, and we retained Watson economists who do all the projections for, for the Catholic school board. They also do them for many other school boards. We said to them, could you help us understand, if a Catholic high school is opened here, how many students from the public board might transfer over to avoid the bus ride and attend the Catholic school? And they were very reluctant to try and even quantify that, because there's no hard rule for it. So the numbers that have been put forward do not include any public students transferring over to the Catholic board. The numbers stand on their own, both for the public and for the Catholic high school component. Will there be some transfer of public students who perhaps go, go up elementary school in town in a public school and decide to transfer over to the Catholic high school if it's open 4, 5, 6 years before the public board? It's certainly possible, but we won't know until that happens. How we're dealing with that is we've designed a flexible school. So beside the sports fields, there are a number of slots there where we can put portables in. So it's a very deliberate strategy that if the high school component is overwhelmed with public students that transfer over, we can accommodate them, and that will just expedite the ask for the primary component. So there's a temporary strategy to accommodate those kids while the elementary is phased out. So that's the best answer we can give today. Apart from that, we've believed the numbers have been there for years. So we believe there is more than enough capacity for 2 high schools within our community.
All right, moving over here to Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thank you again, Andrew, for that presentation. Always great to hear it. Just kind of to Councillor DeLeo, I too was doing a little research, certainly not written in stone, but what I came across the other night was that I'll use the word soft regarding the K-8 schools with the Catholic School Board, that more in rural areas where they are a shortage of schools, they are softening that rule. Not written in stone, but just good to know on that. I found that interesting, that they're just quietly doing it. And then another point I wanted to raise, and it may not because it's a school, but I've recently had a friend up, and a great deal of money the government is putting into North Bay, into animation studios. So when I heard you saying about studios in there, I don't know if the government still gives that into schools or it has to be outside of a school, but just something to look at when we look at what these kids will be able to be exposed to, that the government, seeing if we have studios there, just might. And apparently North Bay is doing really well in that section. So thanks.
Thank you, and moving back over now to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick question. I haven't heard any number about what the proposed population of the school will be upon opening.
Yeah, excellent question. I should have mentioned that during the presentation. It's approximately 1,000 children. So again, that's flexible so that it ultimately would be a 1,000 student high school.
A follow-up, and I understand the open access, but would a priority go to the separate school supporters at the time people are enrolling their high school kids?
Yeah, I would really need to defer a lot of those questions to the school board. They're certainly the experts, and I don't want to speak out of turn and feed information about how they do their enrollment without them being there to make sure I'm giving the correct information. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Belanger.
Through you, Your Worship, I think one of your slides set 2,000 units on the beachfront. That needed clarification at the meeting last night. I think just in case some residents noticed that, if you could clarify.
Absolutely. My mistake. When I was putting that slide together, we were trying to anticipate potential yield, because that's important when you're thinking about an ultimate high school. I think Mr. Giannoni last night clarified that he has no intention, nor does the municipality have any intention of building 2,000 units on the beachfront. We are likely going to be approximately a quarter of that. The 2,000 units, where that number came from, that's what was being proposed during the last council. That's what those plans were. So when we put that slide together, we simply used the 2,000 because we didn't know what we were talking about moving forward. So that's the history on that, but I don't believe that is a real number. So hopefully that puts that issue to bed.
Hallelujah. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very exciting presentation, and I just want to really congratulate everyone involved in this project for pulling such a massive initiative together as quickly as you have. and to reiterate your gratitude to Mr. Schickendance and to Farsight. It's not often that you have a developer, especially in today's, greedy time with land, right, to really come to the table with such a gift to our community. So definitely hats off and thank you for them as well. One thing I wanted to mention while the discussion was going on in terms of access to the school, in terms of faith, I did go directly onto the Muskoka Catholic District School Board website, had to drill through some pages to find it. But it does say that in elementary, you do show a Roman Catholic baptismal certificate, elementary only, from one of the parents, and or the superintendent's approval letter for non-Catholic admission to elementary school if applicable. So, but you do have to assign your taxes, which totally makes sense. And they also offer possible boundary exemptions in certain cases because, some of the families in the West End may be like, ooh, look at this beautiful new school and want to come from St. Noel, but obviously that would have to be an exception through the superintendent. So it is an accessible school, and we definitely know from the history of Wasaga Beach High School students, they've had the option of going to Our Lady of the Bay with no requirement, I think, other than maybe the tax piece, but nothing else. So it isn't a school that's going to be accessible for the most part to all of our families. And I think when you bring up the point in regards to how the Catholic Board and how the Public Board have both received this opportunity, as a former trustee, you don't see communities coming this quickly and with this many partnerships and collaborations on every level together quickly and very often. And this is a bit of a unicorn, in a sense. And so I'm shocked, and I'll be honest, I'm disappointed that the Public School Board still kept us at number 12. And I'm disappointed to understand, if I understand correctly, that they have yet to walk the TPAL facility. Can you clarify that for me before I go on in my statement, please?
Sure. So we did extend the offer to both the Catholic and Public Board to come and tour the TPAL facility. I don't want to disparage either board. So the Catholic Board, as I mentioned earlier, jumped on the opportunity. The Public Board, again, very gracious, indicated that they would support coming and touring the facility. They were busy at the time. We were into summer holidays, and they suggested maybe we could schedule something later in the fall. At that point in time, we had reached out to the Ministry of Education. We saw the opportunity, and we felt if we pushed hard, we could perhaps make this thing real quickly. So we had a willing partner that we chose to work with. Everything, as you mentioned, just fell into place. Mr. Schickendance is blown away at what we've managed to accomplish here in such a short period of time. I think the Ministry of Education is shocked at what we've pulled together here in such a short period of time. So to your point, the offer was extended to both boards. We did have an opportunity to move quickly with one of the partners. Since post-Labor Day, the Public Board did follow up to request that we go out and tour. By that point in time, we were too far along. We were into very sensitive negotiations. We had actually been requested not to disclose what we were doing with the other board, so we felt it would be appropriate to continue what we were doing and then reach out after the fact with the Public Board.
Thank you, Your Worship, for follow-up. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but what would be the timeline when the Public School Board came back to us and said, okay, we're ready to tour the facility? If you know that, please.
Yeah, I can certainly pull my emails. It was in September sometime, mid-September approximately. But I'll get you an exact date if you're looking for that.
Yeah, and sorry, I don't mean to, and I'm not grinding on the Public School Board. I just, again, I just think, that there was a bit of a missed opportunity there, and we know that business cases had to be submitted to the ministry by 4:30 on Friday, last Friday. So that was, whatever that was, the 18th, 19th, I can't remember. But it takes time for a senior team to pull together a business case, especially an exciting business case. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I'm very, very grateful, very happy for our community that the Catholic Board came as quickly as they did and as readily to the table to get excited about this project.
Yeah, and just a follow-up comment. You're absolutely right. We've been going very hard on this since June, approximately, where we retained an architect, we retained an economist. They've been cranking out drawings. We've been testing the numbers, et cetera. So this is not something that you can pull together in 2 weeks. With the October 20th deadline for submissions, we knew there was just not an opportunity to do this deal with the public board. We had run out of time with them. So we had to go with the partnership that we had, and we think it's a great partnership.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think what's important for our community to understand is that whether it's today's building climate, economy, system, schools, whatever, boards, if we look at the public elementary school on Sunnydale, that has been approved for 6 years. And it's only now coming out of the ground, right? And so we're in October, end of October, almost November. We're going to have load restrictions on roads in terms of delivering materials and things like that. So robust, building will likely restart again in the spring once those loads get lifted. Can you build a complete school and have students in it within a couple of months? It's a challenge. And so for something like this to come together again so quickly, and to have it possibly have our students walking the halls of this facility in potentially 3 years is unheard of. So I think I feel personally our community should be grateful. I'm not Catholic, but I can tell you, unfortunately, that my daughter will miss this opportunity. But I can tell you that if I were a resident in this community with a young up-and-coming student, I would be jumping for joy with this latest announcement. So again, thank you very much on behalf of our residents.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I think it's important for everyone to note that although we have got a great partner and we put together a great presentation, it still depends on Minister Lecce and his team in order to approve this. And I'll say that I am confident because I do believe that this provincial government, Minister Lecce and his team are all about building new schools, more schools, and doing what is best for the community. I think they've proved that throughout their term so far in power. And but it's also important to point out that at this point, does it really matter? Does it really matter which board is building a school first? I think what's most important to point out is that the children of Wasaga Beach, who have been, for whatever reason, not allowed to attend high school in their own community, like just about every other child in the province, is now going to have that opportunity. It's not tomorrow. We know that it takes time to build these buildings. But I'm confident that they're going to have their high school. And if all goes well, and based on the Simcoe County District School Board's word of 2030, our kids will have 2 high schools. And I think that's an absolute amazing thing that we can all be proud of. And when I say all of us, I mean everyone in this community can be proud of and happy to see coming for our children. This relationship with the Catholic School Board, as you know, Mr. CAO, started back in 2018. And the Catholic Board, even back then, was very keen to work with Wasaga Beach on a high school. And it turns out that politics happened and elections happened, and here we are now. So I recall very clearly that as soon as we were sworn in, the wheels started to turn on the bus, and we made the right and best decisions that we could as a council, and we started these relationships again, and here we are today. And so I think it's extremely positive. I don't view a one board better or worse than the other. At the end of the day, they're 2 very different boards. One is a Catholic board and one is a public board. It's very different. Yet quality of education, I think, is clearly mandated in this province, and I'm sure that both boards are going to give quality education to our kids. Having said that, this particular school, I think, is going to set a precedent across this country in that we need to be thinking outside the box. We need to be quit building one-offs, and we need to be working as collaborative partners on many levels. And so when I look at this school, and I look at it being involved with Canadore College and Lakehead University, and you know, the willingness of the county to come to the table, and the rooms and the services and programs that are going to be offered in this school. Many programs will be offered in this school that over the last 5 years I heard many people sitting in our desks and across this municipality say, oh, well, if we build a high school, our kids are never going to have the programs that they need or should have. Well, if we work together and not against each other, we can absolutely achieve that. And to have the quality of education, I think, that we're going to get in this hub, to be able to create, you know, a cultural center for this community, along with the new arena and library and a high school, and all the other great things that I believe are going to come to this community in the near future. I think we should all be jumping in up and down in our seats and celebrating. And so, as I said last evening, you know, this should not and cannot be any longer about looking back. We need to look forward, and I look forward to our kids in Wasaga Beach attending high school in the near future. So, Andrew, thank you for that presentation, and we'll now move on to the second presentation. Before we do, does anyone here need to have a personal break? All right, so why don't we at this point take 15 minutes, so we'll be back, let's say, at 5 after. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll now call this meeting back to order, and we'll move to item number 8.2, the Fram Beachfront Redevelopment Workshops. Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This will be brief, which I think you will likely appreciate. I just wanted to update council and the community that may be listening about workshops that we have planned for November 13th and November 14th, just so the community can understand what we are doing. The evening of the 13th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Recplex will be an open meeting for anyone in the community to attend. Fram Building Group has retained Urban Strategies, who will be leading some community engagement on the first evening. They'll be talking about some of the key principles behind the redevelopment plan and really doing a bit of education around thinking about taking the plan that the town previously prepared and translating that into a development plan. So that'll be a high-level introduction, introducing what will happen on the second day, which is Tuesday, November 14th. There are 2 sessions, the first from 10 to 12 and the second from 1 to 3 in the afternoon. These sessions are going to be roll-up-your-sleeve sessions where the community will work with Fram and Fram's consultants to look at key elements around public spaces, mobility at the beachfront, the character of the neighborhoods we build, the type of architecture the community is interested in seeing, as well as the amenities and the commercial uses that could be part of the beachfront plan. This is intended to identify and reinforce some of the key principles that the community would like to see as part of redevelopment of the beachfront. If the community is not able to attend those workshops, then there will be a recap session that night from 7 to 9, again at the Recplex, which is open to as many who want to come. And there will be a recap of what transpired during the day, a summary of the key things that we've heard from the community. And then Fram Building Group will take all of that away, go back to their offices and create a plan. A draft plan that they will come back to a future community meeting with and unveil a draft starting plan. We anticipate that this will be a bit of an iterative process, and our ears are open as are Fram's, so that we make sure we get this right and we reflect what the community is looking to see. I should mention that the workshops on Tuesday morning and Tuesday afternoon, we wanted to keep these to a manageable size, so we had an Eventbrite link to those so that the community could pre-register. They are officially sold out, which shows me that this community is highly engaged in this process. I'm going to reach out to Fram and their consultants and see if we can squeeze in a few more people. They wanted to cap them at about 50 to 60 people in each workshop. So we've already got about 100 people registered. We'll see if we can stretch that a little bit and give the opportunity to a few more folks. But for those that are trying to get in and didn't get in quickly enough, again, there will be a recap in the evening, so you're not missing out. And we will open the microphones up so that people can still have their ideas heard. So you're not missing out, you're not being shut out of the conversation at all. So with that, any questions from council?
All right, and I would, before I go to council, just reiterate that perhaps then we reach out to Fram. We want to be able to add more people or possibly do another workshop, because if someone wants to come and be part of that, I think that's important. Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you. Through you, the mayor, as just if I heard you correctly at the meeting last night, council is not participating in these sessions. So I'm assuming somewhere along the lines, as we are all residents, that we would have an opportunity to input our ideas as well. I don't know where that falls in the process. Not that we would be given any more weight than any other resident, but that we're able to give our ideas as well.
Andrew?
Yeah, through the mayor, absolutely. So what we can do at each stage in the process, so for example, the presentation that is given on the evening of the 14th, we can bring that to council. Council can see what's coming out, you can express your views, et cetera, and we'll do that at every step of the way so that the council has a voice in this process as well. And just to be clear, I would never be the one that says my bosses can't come, but I think the idea here is that We want this to be politically neutral. And this is really about the residents having a voice, the developers there listening, staff are there listening, and we want the community to feel comfortable saying whatever is on their mind. I hope that's comfortable with members of council, and
It's a great point, and I'll just add to that. I absolutely agree that this is something that we can and should make politically neutral. Not that people are afraid to come and speak with council in the room, but if it allows one person who might be a little more comfortable to be able to speak freely, then let's do that. We want to truly hear what the citizens think. So what a better way to do that. And I'm confident in our staff that we'll get all the information we need back and we'll be fully informed prior to these meetings as to what is being discussed and what the presentation is. So we'll make sure that that's before council ahead of time. Next is Councillor DeLeo, and then I think, did I see your hand, Councillor Timms was next after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, Councillor Belanger asked the same question I was going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Timms?
A comment, Your Worship, and thank you to the staff. I heard time and time again when I was campaigning how important public engagement was to people, and that they felt COVID and other circumstances had taken away their voice. So I want to thank you for helping to arrange this, and certainly kudos to FRAM, because I know that this is not a necessity of the process, but this is how they like to work with the public. I am disappointed if I can't go because I wanted to hear and not necessarily participate. We had a conversation about that last night, but I'll continue that conversation in the mayor's office to see. I would like to hear what people are saying. Thank you.
So now the councillor is going to be the principal. All right. Next, I think, was Councillor Eagle and then Councillor White.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, just on public engagement, all I'm requesting is that it be on our website, our Facebook, really clearly about the sold out, so people will get it, and that they can come out on the evening to participate. That's, to me, is paramount, that word get out, that we want you out there. But thanks.
absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I not necessarily like the idea that if we're not there, that somehow gets better results when it comes to listening to the community. But I understand politicians but I would hope that we explain why we aren't there, so that everyone knows that we're not there for a lack of interest or care or to hear what's going on. It's so that we can make sure that what needs to get said gets said.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just really happy to hear about the recap in the evening meeting. I think we always need to be mindful in our community that we have a lot of working folks who want to participate in these events and to provide feedback and to participate in all the things that we do, including our programming. Sometimes I think we lean a little too far left on folks that are retired and have access to daytime stuff. So I'm really excited to hear that, and I anticipate that will be a very packed house. Hope you got both sides of the Recplex book for that one.
We have the large room for the large recap events from 7 to 9, both evenings. Oakview room will be where we do the actual workshop.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? All right, now moving on to item 9, the consent list and staff reports and correspondence for the committees of the whole. We'll move into committee of the whole, and we'll move to 9.1, community services, and I'll pass the floor to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now review the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. Where are we here? We have Fire Chief Williams in attendance to speak on the Fire Department Monthly Report. Fire Chief?
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. Within your agenda package is the monthly fire department report. However, in consideration of your time this evening, and with your permission, I'd like to turn over the floor to the Director of Human Resources. She'll be providing an overview of a recent employee health and wellness fair. Thank you.
Absolutely. Denise, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. On Wednesday, October 18th, the town's Health and Safety Human Resources Coordinator, Laura Yorkin, organized a health and wellness fair for staff in the council chambers. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Laura for those that haven't met her. She's right back here. and she's new to our team, and I thank her for her efforts in this event. This fair was organized in response to 74% of staff that requested more information about employee benefits during the Town Culture Reboot sessions that took place in February that were facilitated by our CAO. Employees had an opportunity to walk through the exhibits and learn more about various benefits and wellness services within our community and close to our community to improve general health and achieve whole person wellness. It was great to see some council members attend as well. The vendor list included Georgian Family Chiropractic and Wellness Center, Live Life Fit, Wasaga Beach YMCA, Simcoe Muskoka District Unit Health Unit, our TD Bank, Bayside MMA, Georgian Health Foods, Be Well Collingwood, Mosey & Mosey, which is our town's benefit consultant, and then we had a few tables set up with information from OMERS, which is our pension plan, and TELUS Health, which is the employee assistance program, and Metabolic Balance. Organizations that establish an employee wellness program experience great benefits, including increased productivity, a positive work environment, and employee retention. It was a great event. We had about 50% of staff attend, and they provided positive feedback and appreciation. So we will continue to explore different health and wellness initiatives going forward. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Fire Chief Williams. Any questions or comments? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate that, again, this is a typical situation where council and certainly the CAO and the rest of our leadership team recognize how valuable our employees are here at the town, and that we are doing all we can to assist them in every way to make sure that their lives, not only in work but outside of work, are a good balance and a healthy balance. And so I commend staff, the CAO's office, and Laura and everyone else who participated in that for a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, I will read the motion. Resolved that the Community Services section of Coordinator Committee receive the October 2023 Fire Department report for information. May I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. This concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Works section.
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. I'm aware that there is only one report in the Public Works section today, and it is 9.2.1 Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program. I'm also aware that some councillors would like to speak to it. I'll start with Councillor DeLeo, followed by Councillor White, and then anyone else who'd like to make a comment. Councillor.
Thank you. Okay. Kevin, I read your snow removal report very thoroughly, and as most are aware, for 5 years I have been relentlessly advocating for windrow snow removal for both our seniors and vulnerable group of residents. After reviewing your report and proposed program, I had conversations with some seniors and individuals with disabilities within our community, which leads me to believe this grant program is not fully meeting our community needs. The challenge to find a service provider at this time of year, based on the requirements of the program details, fails to take into consideration the challenge of our seniors and most vulnerable to contact the servicer responsible and arrange to have their windrow snow removal completed. I had the opportunity to converse with a few snow removal contractors, and most have advised that their schedule is full at this time for individual windrow snow removal only homes. As such, attending to individual homes within the town this season solely for windrow snow removal will incur a cost of exceeding the $200 of which your program proposed. In my opinion, this is simply not feasible or reasonable. I would like to take this opportunity to propose an alternative option, which I am hopeful will be considered by your department. Okay. Could we not divide the town into 4 sections at Public Works discretion, of course, which could then commission 4 contractors within each contractor would be responsible to remove the windrow snow within their assigned section? This would certainly ensure that seniors and the vulnerable would have their window snow removed as per proposed program requirements and avoid the individuals on their own to manage this service. The contractors will have considerable number of homes in their area to warrant their time and fee. The fee for this contractor's service should be at par with the budget fee that has been allocated. However, should it be higher, the town should accommodate to that fee. The seniors and vulnerable community members of our town deserve to be taken care of during our winter months without sustaining any injury or being displaced. During my campaign trail, this concerning issue was a priority as it is now. I am hopeful we will deliver what we have promised and demonstrate to our seniors and vulnerable that they are cared for and not forgotten about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that it's very costly to roll out a windrow clearing solution. I understand that the equipment to do so is expensive and everything as per the report. You know, working towards that by equipping in one piece at a time or here and there to try to accommodate that might have a sustainable growth plan to it. My concern is allocating $50,000, which if you do the quick math on that, what's that, about 250 households that could maximize that benefit? And if you understand there's about 10,000 doors in this town and maybe about 6,500 of those would probably qualify for this type of thing, I feel like it's woefully under budgeted, but understanding that that's probably as far as we can go, I just feel like we're missing the mark here. And then what happens if 500 people apply or 1,000 or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just wondering, you know, how to manage this in a way without turning this into a big government job, dedicating too many staff towards it and getting it out of control when it's not really sustainable. And the fact that it's not going to actually clear it's not going to give us the equipment we need to clear it on our own in the future. I struggle with it.
Thank you, Councillor White. Does anyone else have a comment? Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have read the report, and I do understand and agree that to accomplish what it is we're looking to accomplish, that it is probably grossly underfunded. But, you know, keeping that in mind, and again, this is an item that I had as part of my campaign back in 14 and in 18 and my this last run as well. And although I'd love to see this happen, there's no doubt about that. When we look at the tax increases of last year and what we're looking at this year, I certainly understand, with all due respect, the restraints that our our general manager is under in order to make this happen. And so although I'm not happy with the amount, I understand completely where the director's coming from within the budgeted confines, and it is a start. I believe that it's a project that we can grow over time. We can hopefully double it next year and then double it the year after that, and until we get there. At the end of the day, clearing your snow in your driveway is your responsibility. We live in Canada, and that's a fact of life when it comes to living in areas where there's snow. But I believe that we should be doing all we can to help not just our seniors and our most vulnerable, but busy families, single mothers, single fathers, anyone who simply doesn't have the time, gets out in the morning and, you know, they've got to try and go back and forth 5 times to get out of their driveway on a heavy snow day. And keep in mind that this is not every day, it's on heavy snow days, and it's more, I'll look to the general manager, but it's probably more so a problem in the fall and then in the spring when the snow is heavier and we get thaws and freezes. But we've got to start somewhere. And I've read the report. I have no reason to doubt that the report isn't dead accurate based on the general manager that's submitting it, and the cost is high. And I want to continue to work towards this campaign promise that I made, that I would work towards, and I want us to do what's best for our citizens. But there's a high cost here. It's a very high cost. I quite frankly was very set back and surprised by the cost. And so we've got to start somewhere. we do have other dollars, casino funds. If council really wants to increase this better this year, that's our ability to do so. But I think the staff are doing all they can to fulfill council's priorities and what it is we're looking to do here. And it is a start, and I commend staff for their efforts. But we absolutely have to do more, that's for sure. But like I said to many people, I said it again last evening, Rome wasn't built in a day. If it was, we'd hire their contractor. And unfortunately, in this day and age, everything is so expensive, and people can't afford to pay for food, never mind increasing their taxes in order to pay for their windrows. And perhaps, we should be doing a survey on this as well with the citizens in Wasaga Beach, Madam Chair, to find out who wants it. And should everybody get it? Absolutely not. So we should also maybe be doing something to figure out what is that vulnerable sector, what is that senior sector that does require this, and we start there first, and then we roll it throughout after that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see that Councillor DeLeo has a follow-up, and then Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair Debs. I'm listening to all the comments. When you look at it, $50,000 is just a drop in the bucket. If I remember correctly, the casino brought in $1 million. I mean, we can surely find something in the casino funds to put a little bit more on that. And like I was mentioning earlier, for a household, a senior, to find a contractor at this time of year, they won't go to her home just to remove the windrow. It's either they want the full, and a lot of them are full. This is why my proposal was, if you section off Wasaga Beach, and Wasaga Beach does the hiring of 4 contractors, and each one has a section, and I did speak to a few for that, and they're willing to do that. So they have their section, it's worth their time. Let's say they have, 50, 60 homes in that area. All they're going to do is go behind the snowplower and just remove the windrow. It's worth their time. And I can't see it costing more than the $50,000. Because to do an entire driveway, it's $600 if you have a 3-car garage. If you have a 2-car garage, it's $500 for the season. So to do a windrow, they're willing to do it for $200, but you got to give them more than one home. And to give the responsibility to a senior to go out there and find someone to do, they're not going to find one at this time of year. So we're going to be back to square one, and back to a lot of seniors calling and saying, well, this was part of a couple of people's campaign promise and nothing is being done. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I think the most critical thing is, to the mayor's point, is where do we start? I'm a senior, 70 years old, and I'm quite capable of not only doing my driveway, but I do 3 of my neighbors generally with the snowblower. And God willing, I'll be able to do that again this season for those people that live around me that are not able to do their drives. And there's many people, even that are disabled, that have the financial means to pay a contractor with no problem at all. They're, by anybody's definition, they'd be quite wealthy. So I think it's how do we determine what individuals are those individuals that we should start with? And I think that's easy to say, it's hard to do. Can we start with 100,000 instead of 50,000? Likely we can approve that out of casino money. But I think the challenge is everyone that's a senior would love to have somebody else do their windrow. We have to figure out what people are financially or physically handicapped to start and do that number. And so I think that's the greatest challenge. If we can do 250 households, or whether it's 300 households, it's just how do we determine which 300 there is. The town hiring a contractor in sections, it makes sense if we can determine what homes are legit and that we're going to start with, so.
I think I have to go to Councillor Ego next. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, the chair. So as a representative on the Age-Friendly Community Council, there's just been a little bit of a discussion on, I've heard it in passing, on the Snow Angels Canada. So I've looked up their website, but I'm going to just read a couple of things here and then make kind of a suggestion. It says the Snow Angels Canada is an experiment in kindness, a way for Canadians to request assistance, shoveling, or to find others in need of such assistance. Now, I know this is not foreign to the town, so people know more than I. But it says, don't need help, unable to help shovel because you're not nearby or otherwise unable. You can be a snow angel from the comfort of your cozy home. So the system only works with the community involved, and right now the most important part is simply letting people know we exist. Know a student who needs volunteer hours, maybe notice someone who needs assistance, lives near someone you know, reach out to friends, family, and neighbors who may be able to help step up and shovel at your neighbors, share on social media. What I'm going to suggest here, I will take this back to our age-friendly council, to our community council on that, and have a discussion and see if we could perhaps be the advocates, promote this program, look into it seriously, and see what we could do to help out in the interim while this is all discussed. So that's what I would like to suggest, that I do that for now. Okay?
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Deputy Mayor Snell, please.
Thank you, Chair Timms. I just wanted to sort of just mention that while it may have been campaign goals by some, it was not by all, and campaign goals or identified priorities or promises, you know, are not guaranteed. So I think we need to kind of keep that in perspective. Reading through the report, we're talking big dollars, $500K annually to outsource this to a third party. And if we were to do it in-house, we're looking at a cap acquisition for the materials, the machines, at $1.5 million one-time purchase with an annual operating cost of $660K. So, you know, that would be almost nearly all the casino money. And I don't think any of our residents would like to see casino money go to just one initiative. And I favor very much Councillor Ego's point, because I was going to mention the Snow Angels as well. I think, you know, on top of starting with something and taking inventory of our residents and their needs so that we can kind of map them out a little bit to be perhaps in a better position for next year to expand the initiative. I think in the meantime, embracing and really looking at a community, as a community, how can we support and widely promote the Snow Angels? Because we have a lot of great folks that are active retirees who look at snow removal and shoveling and blowing not only as a great way of staying in shape and exercise in the wintertime, but also a great way to give back and to promote a healthy, supportive community. So I would be in support of staff recommendations in regards to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. Okay, a couple things. The Snow Angels report. So the Snow Angels, so in 2019, I did a deputation, and after my deputation, the Snow Angels program was introduced. We got a $6,000 grant, so $3,000 went to advertising and $3,000 went to buying snow shovels. It was advertised that it was in full force, and where is it today? So it's hard to find volunteers to do that, especially during a snowstorm. They're busy enough doing their own. So I mean, as neighbors, we all help each other, but to actually find all these volunteers to take care of all these seniors, it's quite difficult. So it's been out there already 4 years. So, no, let me finish. Let me finish, please. And then the other thing, contractors. So when you hire a contractor to do your driveway, and I've spoken to a few, and including mine, he'll do your driveway. That's not a problem. You pay him for that. But for him to come back and then remove the windrow, he doesn't know when he'll come back. He says, we've got 100 homes to do. I can't come back just for your windrow. So there's the issue on that. So the next thing is that report that says it'll cost $500K to outsource. Do you have any report to that? Do you have any estimates from contractors to that? Kevin, if I may?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Chair. Yes, certainly. So just to back up a bit, we do know we have approximately 12,000 residential driveways. We also know from census data that our population is 35% seniors above 65. That is approximately 4,200 driveways. Even if, let's say, half of them are relevant or apply to this type of program, that's 2,100 driveways. And when you start to look at one shift, which is 8 hours, that's 480 minutes of work time. But when you factor in your pre-trip, post-trip inspection of the vehicle, your breaks, your lunch hour, you're looking at 390 minutes of work time in one shift. So even looking at, let's say it takes 4 minutes per driveway in terms of traveling from A to B, one driveway to the next to perform the service, that's one individual can do 98 driveways in one shift. Over 2,100 driveways, that requires 22 pieces of equipment. And we do know the City of Richmond Hill, they've got modified John Deere tractors with the snow blade attachment on the front. Our current fleet manager was a fleet supervisor for the City of Richmond Hill, so we were well aware of the cost for the equipment and the cost for the maintenance. Those pieces of equipment were about $150,000 each. 22 pieces of equipment at $150,000 is $3.3 million. You still need to get staff to manage that piece of equipment. You're also $600,000 on staff just for 5 months of service. So there is considerable cost involved with that. That also does not account for supervisory staff, administrative staff. There's fleet service needs in terms of mechanics and obviously the storage needs as well as fuel. So yeah, we have looked at that and we've also reached out to contractors and there is some flexibility in this program as well in terms of you don't necessarily need to have a contractor for the season. If you can reach out to a contractor that might be in your neighborhood to pull out perhaps the first snowfall windrow or some of those heavy windrows, there is flexibility in the reimbursement forms for selective clearing as well. So.
Thank you, General Manager. Any further comments from council? And I do have some comments too. I go at the end? Yeah. Councillor DeLeo.
Sorry, I just want to reply back to Kevin. Kevin, sorry, when I asked the question about the $500K outsourcing, I wasn't referring to it being in-house. This is outsourcing. Have you actually gone out and contacted contractors and said, if I give you 100 homes in a section, what would you charge me? That's basically my question.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we did. Staff did reach out to local contractors based on, I think it was a list provided through the bylaw department in terms of what contractors perform snow clearing services. We asked for quotes in terms of what do you currently do for a single driveway, and the range for the single driveway clearing, this is a full driveway, and I'll get to my point shortly. The range was from between $425, $450 to $1,450 a season. Double driveways were $550 to $1,950 a season. They all basically have indicated each time they come, if they have to come on a one-off, it's $40 per time, $40 or $50 per time, so there is flexibility there. Few of them provided any specific windrow clearing costs. In fact, the only one we got was from a contractor that said for windrow specific would be $1,000 per season.
Thank you. Any other comments?
May I
You want to speak again?
Yes, please. Well, thank you for that, but to the contractors I spoke to, they said they can do it for $200 at home. If they have enough in the area, they will do it for that, because it's not the full driveway. They're only doing that little portion, and then they go from home to home to home. So I can't see $1,000 per... Sorry, I don't.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'm going to close down the comments, but I would like to speak myself. And I did read the report. I kind of did my own calculation on the number of driveways, but it was much less than 4,200. I don't suppose you realize, but I'm a senior, and that's a joke. And quite capable in my household of cleaning our driveway and my husband cleans a number of driveways for our seasonal and weekender residents. I was concerned how the selection would be made. The fact that we wouldn't be able to provide all seniors. So how do we prioritize what seniors? And are they elder seniors? Do they prove that they have some difficulty? Do they prove some income issue that they're not having their driveway cleared already? So I think that there are some questions within the way we're going to put this out and try to figure out how the most deserving or most, maybe I should say most needed residents are supported. I also was a little concerned about the other community provision, which would only clear the middle of the driveway so you could get one car in, or one side of the driveway so you could get one car out. So it doesn't sound like it's a real thorough service. So those are my comments about this, and I will direct the question regarding how would the selection be done, General Manager? Thank you.
So at this point, just recognizing the financial constraints, it would be first come, first serve, and we would open that up at a specific time, and we'd accept applications through that process. We haven't given any further requirements to, there are some programs, and certainly in the city, that have justification where you need to demonstrate your financial wealth, so to speak, and what perhaps your T4 is to support the service. But, so at this point, it's really just first come, first serve. Just back to the number of driveways, and you know, this model isn't certainly something I developed. It's quite well used in the city of Brampton. And they have 144,000 driveways. And they have this program, and there's only registrants up to 3,000 driveways of the 144,000 for the same program, seniors and persons with mobility challenges. And so that reflects about 2%. And when you look comparatively speaking, and we know we're going to have more events, and we have the lake effect snow, and certainly a lot more events than they do, but that 2% is about 240 driveways. We're proposing 250, and it's a start, and it's really a bit of an opportunity for us to understand where that true need is, and in a financially certainly feasible way that we can not provide too much impact through the taxation.
I would also like to share a conversation that I had recently that was not in the context of windrow clearing, but it was with a younger woman, family with small children, who actually told me that she felt that we did overkill when it came to snow removal, and I was kind of like, what? Because and actually, I will say, I was so impressed the first winter I was full-time here, having come from Mississauga and seeing what the contractors there did with respect to removing snow. I was so impressed with what Public Works does here. So, you know, I'm just at a little loss with the first come, first serve part, because if you're quick off the mark and you'll get that $200, and there will be other people that have more challenges even doing these online applications that may not be able to get this money that's probably where Councillor DeLeo really wants it to go. So those are my comments. And this has been a very lively discussion. So I'm going to ask the clerk, do I now go to the motion as our regular procedural protocol?
Thank you. Madam Chair, if there's no further questions or comments, you can call the vote.
Is there an alternative?
A councillor may call the question, and by 2/3 majority.
I see Councillor Belanger has his hand up, and Councillor DeLeo, did you have any final? No. Councillor.
I'd like to amend the motion to indicate that we need to have better criteria than first come, first served. That we do have to identify in some way that the people that are most in need are the people that are prioritized. So I don't know how we do that. Maybe that's referred back to staff to determine how we can best identify those individuals. But I can't support first come, first serve. I think we'd have a lot of people that are very capable of clearing their driveways that would be taking advantage.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much. I was itching to put my hand up, but I thought you said no more comments, Madam Chair, but thank you. And good to know that your husband must be only about 21 years old to do all those driveways. He'll be happy to hear that. I agree with Councillor Belanger on this. Listen, I would love to be able to have windrow blades that come down on all our equipment in every driveway that stops, and that's what I think we should work towards as we move along at some point, so as that we simply can provide that service to everybody. But until we get there, I think this is we're starting a way to at least help who we can, as many as we can, as quickly as we can, and this I think will be a great pilot project, and I think this will tell us a lot. But I do agree that first come, first serve. I think as sad as I think it is, we'll have a lot of people, to your point, Madam Chair, who will, be out of the gate right away and apply for this service that really don't require it. That's just a fact of life. And so I would agree that we amend the motion so as that we give staff some direction to put some questions, I guess, in there when people call, as to find out what their abilities are, not only to pay, but to shovel. And I think there's two different angles we got to look at. Regardless how disabled you may be or what your issues may be, if you have the financial wherewithal, then you should not get this service at this point. And so I don't know how we go about that and what questions we can or can't ask. What can we require from the citizen to prove that? I don't know, maybe someone else here may have that. I'm seeing the director, so if I may hear from the director and then respond, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I am familiar. There is financial assistance criteria that some larger centers have relied upon, and we could look at that in terms of, but again, it comes down to a little more administration on our part in terms of managing where these individuals lie relative to the statistics. But there is some financial screening criteria that we can leverage from other municipalities. Sorry, I thought I had it in front of me here, but it's not the enhanced version of this. But some places do that. It creates a little more. We were hopeful that it would be fairly limited in terms of managing the program, but certainly we appreciate the requirement to screen out those. We obviously have medical information requirements for those that are physically unable to do that, and we also leverage, individuals that have already submitted those medical notes and supporting documentation that use our Transit Plus. If they qualify for the program, then we're not going to ask for that, obviously, again, from them, but we can dig into a little more criteria around the financial capability, and so we are not just offering this service to individuals that perhaps don't need it.
Thank you, General Manager Lalonde. I look to the clerk to help with the motion amendment.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just respond. And thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to see the amendment that we include the criterias of financial ability, first and foremost, and we set whatever that criteria or that minimum standard should be, and then, of course, the next one, your physical abilities. I think those are the two most important, and I would be prepared to make an amendment here also to add another $50,000 to this, let's call it a pilot project, so as that, we can maybe cover more people in the first year, but it also gives us the ability to cover those other costs. And I think this really is a pilot project, because I do believe this year will tell us a lot. If we, I have all the faith in the general manager to make sure that they have the requirement, the questions, and that they're getting those answers. So that's the kind of amendment I'd like to see, Madam Chair.
Thank Thank you. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hearing a few different things. So, council, it's well within your purview to vote on the motion as is. You could refer back to staff to have this information brought back to you and make the decision on the program at that time. Or we could amend the motion and direct staff to include that into the program.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not want to refer this back to staff. I think that takes us a minimum of another 2 weeks, and we're already getting down to crunch time on trying to find a contractor or whatever that can do that, as per Councillor DeLeo's point. So I'd like to move an amendment to this motion, please, that I think staff are clear on the direction that you have to show your financial ability and then your physical ability before you're accepted into this program. And that we add $50,000 to it from the casino funding in order to have a fulsome pilot project to then come back to council at the end of this season for future discussion. And I'd ask if someone could second that motion.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. So we are adding a motion to include the low income as part of the grant program and to allocate more funds from the casino allocation policy.
I believe that is correct.
So,
If I may, Madam Chair, we want to amend the motion, Madam Clerk, or I would like to amend the motion at this point to include the ability for staff to, one, qualify the applicant via their financial ability or inabilities, I guess, and their physical abilities or inabilities in order to determine whether or not they qualify. And in addition to that, adding $50,000 from the casino funds to the already $50,000 that has been allocated, so to a total of $100,000. And then for a pilot project to then come back to council after this season for further discussion. And I do, Madam Chair, see the CFO's got her hand up there.
Could I just request that the motion reference the casino reserve?
That's what you're trying to get me to say. Thank you.
When you're ready, Madam Clerk, will you read the motion with the amendment?
yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just with regards to the low-income program, there is, Stats Canada does provide a formula, so that can be relied upon. So, the motion, again, there's not a motion on the floor, so I'll read this as a proposed motion. That the report titled Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of October 26, 2023 be received, and that a new snow removal financial assistance program be established for the upcoming 2023-2024 winter season, and that the snow removal financial assistance program be administered through the town's established grant program, that the application qualification reimbursement forms included herein become the basis for the eligibility criteria for such grants to include low income, that $50,000 be contributed to the snow removal financial assistance program funded through the casino reserve, and that staff be directed to report back on the success of the snow removal financial assistance program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have to include that this is a pilot project?
I can add that to the last motion.
I believe that Mayor Smith moved.
I believe that's incorporated in the report. I'm looking to the general manager to confirm.
Sorry, is this specific, my apologies, is this specific to the medical requirements? If you can repeat that. There is, so there's two components. It's over 65, or those that perhaps are physically disabled and cannot accommodate that. Right now in the program, you have to provide medical justification to support that disability. So that's already in the program now, so that's already covered. Really what needs to be expanded is to qualify for the program, the total net income, I'm just looking at the total net income of your household must be below Statistics Canada low income cutoffs, and then we can get into that criteria using Statistics Canada if that's appropriate.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
So, sorry, Madam Chair, so that motion, has it been moved and seconded so we can debate?
Deputy Mayor Snell, did you want to add something?
Thank you, sorry. Just for clarification, Kevin, is it specific that you have to be 65 and older? Does it say that? I can't remember.
It's 65 or older, but we've also given the flexibility, let's say you're 45, but you're confined to a wheelchair and you can't manage that, your windrow or your snow clearing. So there's eligibility as well for those with physical disabilities that may not be 65.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to make sure of that.
Councillor Timms. Now that you've said that, Kevin, I recall that was confined to a wheelchair or using crutches, and I wondered if, at the time of reading that report, was that too specific? Because people's disabilities may not have them in a wheelchair or using crutches, which is kind of a temporary item that you would use, not long-term.
Through you, Madam Chair, back to you, Madam Chair. So the eligibility requirements specific to the medical proof, the applicant has a permanent physical disability that prevents or restricts their ability to physically clear snow off of their driveway. So that's the application, so it's generic, and that'll provide some flexibility to consider alternate mobility challenges.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Ego.
And through your, no, just a question here. On 9.2.1, and maybe you're addressing that, I don't know, it says snow removal financial assistance program, the recommended motion. So are we not, don't we already have that in?
No, we
here?
amended it. We amended it.
For the financial?
Yes. And to add $50,000.
Well, yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We can't have a discussion between two members of council. We need to direct our questions to a staff member.
Yes, so 9.2.1, I thought spoke to financial, the assistance had already been there on that motion.
So the financial contribution to the program? No. Sorry.
No, 9.2.1 just says snow removal financial assistance program and the criteria. That the snow removal financial assistance program be administered through the town's established grants program, and the application, qualification, and reimbursement forms included herein becomes the basis for the eligibility criteria for such grants. So I thought that might already be covered, is what I thought.
General Manager Lalonde, can you speak to that? I'm not sure.
I can. So currently we have $50,000 in our budget right now to use as we see fit. So in the 2023 budget, there's $50,000 allocated for snow removal in some fashion specific to this program. So the budget itself is already established in this year, and even for 2024, we have also a budget earmarked for next year. Does that answer your question?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. I think the councillor is asking about the point, the suggestion that's here in our agenda, and the recommendation or the motion. That is what we're dealing with. However, we're talking about amending that motion to include these the extra funds and the qualification. So it's the same motion. We're just looking to amend it. Once the clerk gives us that final amendment, then we have a mover and a seconder, I believe, which is myself and Deputy Mayor Snell. We can then vote upon it. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Any further debate? Therefore, Madam Clerk, will you read the motion one more time?
Through you, that the report titled Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program to the Joint Committee of the Whole on Council meeting of October 26 be received, and that a new snow removal financial assistance program be established for the upcoming 2023-2024 winter season, and that the snow removal financial assistance program be administered through the town's established grant program, that the application, qualification, and reimbursement forms included herein become the basis for the eligibility criteria for such grants to be expanded to include low income, that the snow financial removal financial assistance program receive an additional $50,000 to be funded from the casino reserve, and that staff be directed to report back on the pilot project.
Thank you. That motion was moved by Mayor Smith, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carried. And this concludes the public works section of the meeting. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Belanger for Development Services.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. There is only one item in Development Services, and that item has been pulled by myself. It reads, move this up a little. Application for exemption of part lot control, file number PLO 5/23 Elm, Wasaga Beach, 2016 Inc., Georgian Sands Village subdivision. My question is to a Director of Planning is, it's been some time since we have an update on Elm. We've done quite a few changes for this developer, and I'd just like an update on the golf course as to whether or not that would be opening in the spring, as residents had been promised, and previously our planning had allocated them to develop a different block than what was initially intended. When that was brought forth to council, it wasn't indicated that that change would result in the golf course remaining closed. So we had approved that, and it wasn't until later that we found out that approval resulted in some safety issues and the golf course remaining closed. So I just like to know how our decisions today on this development are impacting the golf course.
Through the chair to council, the staff report that's before you is a part lot control bylaw. It doesn't impact the golf course per se. It's just to allow a continuation of a part lot control bylaw that was approved 2 years ago, which will expire in December. And this current bylaw, if you approve it, will be a continuation of that for another 2 years for the 95 units or so that are under construction right now. In terms of an update for the golf course realignment, the proponent or the developer was given a site plan control agreement for the realignment of the golf course and the clubhouse March 14th of this year. Since March 14th of this year, they have not yet executed that agreement and provided it back to the town for registration. What was supposed to have happened was the realigned golf course, clubhouse, I should say, and the first 9 holes were to be operational by December of this year. So we don't have an agreement executed and returned to us since March. And to my knowledge, we don't have a building permit for the clubhouse relocation. And to my knowledge, we don't have any indication that the 9-hole realignment has yet commenced. What we did do is we sent by email, regular mail, and registered mail a letter to the developer that was dated October 11th, and we brought this to their attention. And in that letter, we asked if they would please give us an indication as to when we might expect this agreement. And since that time, which is now 14 or 15 days later, we have yet to receive any indication or response to our letter. We also indicated that if they wanted to talk to town staff about if there was an issue with the agreement itself, they could contact myself or the team, and they've not done so yet. That's where we're at with the realignment of the golf course.
So my follow-up to that would be, if we were to not approve the motion in front of us, would that be leverage to have the developer honor what he promised he would do to both council and to his residents? I'm assuming that if we don't approve this motion, that it would not be very advantageous to the developer.
Through you, the chair to council, it may not be very advantageous to the developer. However, the proper mechanism to motivate the developer would be to do the recourse through the amending or master site or subdivision agreement that you have. So if council is interested in motivating the developer, that would be the mechanism to use, not the part lot control. That being said, I am not your legal counsel. If council wants to understand what the ramifications are or what the proper mechanism is, we can endeavor to do that. But I would caution council to use the right lever and not the wrong lever.
I would agree, because my understanding of part lot control is that this would impact residents that are purchasing their homes. So I personally would support the motion in front of us, but I would also support us using whatever leverage we can to get a developer to keep their word that clearly they have not kept. So those are my comments. I don't know if we have to add that to the motion. I would like to see that come back to council, that we motivate this developer to keep their word. But if there's no further, I'll pass it to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those situations where I have watched this now for 12 years, and it has been through a couple or a few different developers. But the one thing that none of these developers involved have seemed to have been able to do or willing to do, and that is keep their word to the people who bought properties in their development. And I heard from many residents in there who bought in there because there was going to be a minimum of a 9-hole golf course. And, you know, I will also indicate that I think that as we move forward, we need to be much more diligent on these site plan approvals and what is promised and expected, and we need to be able to follow up and make sure that these items are happening in a timely manner and within the manner that the site plan says, because I know of a couple, if not a few, different developments where we're hearing from citizens that, you know, this was to be done by this time, and then we go look at the site plan and we find out, yeah, actually the developer's behind somewhat or quite a bit. In this case, it's quite a bit, and so I couldn't agree more with the Director of Planning that we should go about this the proper way. But I would be more than happy to do whatever it takes, move a motion, whatever, to ensure that this developer is going to keep their promise and get the job done before we let them go any further on anything else. And how we go about that, I'll leave up to the experts in planning, but I think we need to send a clear message here that before you get to build any more homes, you need to commit and fulfill your obligations to date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair, through you. And thank you to Director Houghton for your advice in terms of doing what's the proper channel, because obviously we want to go with what's going to be the most amicable resolution. And I agree with the Mayor in regards to this outstanding matter. And I would also add to the fact that repositioning of lots or parts of this development have been shuffled in the past through previous council that we became aware of, and I think it was early spring, and one of those parts includes an institution, so an elementary school potentially. And I think that should also be part of this conversation, as well as not only the golf course, but getting that next section activated as quickly as possible, or first, before any new ones anyway, so that we have options to continue to expand in our educational needs. Thank you.
So through the chair, with your indulgence, what I'm hearing is council would like a staff report to come back, just outlining the proper mechanisms required, one, to motivate the agreement for the golf course and their realignment, and secondly, a conversation about the rephasing that has occurred on the project. As council is aware, you did just have a public meeting for phase 3 and 4, not phase 2, which is what I think the deputy mayor is alluding to with the block of the school board. So if that's the direction of council, we can do that for you.
So I'll ask the clerk whether we can just have that as a report to come back to council separately, and that we deal with the motion at hand, just in its entirety.
Thank you, and through yourself. I believe it'd be the best to vote on the motion before you, and in section 13, we could do a motion to ask staff to bring that report back.
Yes, Mayor Smith.
How's it feel, Council? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear that we need to send a message here to this developer. And however staff determine the best way to do that and the quickest way to do that, I'm comfortable with. I have all the faith in the world in our staff. But we need to do it sooner rather than later. So I'll ask this question, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, to the director. If we don't approve this tonight, or we refer it back, do you have any concerns there if we refer it back? And that maybe give you an opportunity to speak to this developer to say, this is how council feels, and what are you prepared to do?
Through the chair, if council is asking me my opinion would be you ought to approve the part law control tonight, and then I will have discussions with the senior management team and legal counsel to find what the mechanisms are for the other parts that council is concerned about. But to go back, I believe, to Councillor Belanger, not approving the part law control will probably, yes, motivate the developer, but it also may do harm to others that you're not intending to do. So if you asking my opinion to keep it clean, approve the motion to approve the part law control bylaw, and I will speak to staff and legal counsel on the second pieces for you and report back.
If I may, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming there's letters of credit on this development that would include them completing the golf course, correct?
Through your worship, there probably are letters of credit, but the letter of credit for the golf course would be tied to the fact that they haven't executed the site plan control agreement for that. So no doubt there are letters of credit that we have. but the letters of credit are being posted for specific purposes, and we'd have to be careful that we're not using those letters of credit incorrectly. And we also have in that agreement probably mechanisms that we'd have to follow before we could exercise those letters of credit. Suffice to say, I would rather that we approve the part lot control and get some legal advice if that's what the action of council is before we make any rash decisions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think we're in agreement that we'll vote on the motion in front of us, and we will handle in section 13 a report coming back. So the recommended motion is that the report titled Application for Exemption to Part Lot Control, file number PLO 4/23 to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of October 26, 2023 be received, that Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve the application to extend the exemption to part lot control to permit the division of Block 1-13, Plan 51M-1202, and Part Block 53, Plan 51M-1158, Parts 95-113, 120-129, 291-309, and 317-325, reference plan 51R-43174, and part block 54, plan 51M-1158, parts 12-31, 54-59, 210-229, and 242-253, reference plan 51R-43174, and that the appropriate bylaw be passed by council upon consideration of the report and registered on title for the subject lands thereafter. Could I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Timms and Councillor Eagle. All those in favor? That's carried. With that, I will pass the floor to General Government, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair Boulanger. Moving on to General Government. I'm not aware of any items that have been pulled. Are there any comments or questions in regards to the items that are under this section of the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I have three, just brief comments if I could. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Mayor Measures and the Township of Clearview for their supportive letter in regards to our motion around illegal car rallies. I'd also like to congratulate our grant writing specialist, Carol Rule-Smith, in the success of obtaining $3.8 million of confirmed grants and awaiting on word of an additional grant of $2.98 million. That's great results and helping to save our taxpayers. And I'd also just like to acknowledge the success of the CCTV grant. Congratulations on obtaining $30,000 to go towards monitoring cameras at the opposite ends of our community. This was a collaboration, I can read from the report, with the OPP, and again, just another example of how collaboration really works. So I just wanted to congratulate the team for that. Are there any further comments to those comments at all? Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add to your comment on the grants. I think that this is a prime example of having, again, good staff doing good work. You know, you can pass Carol's desk at any time, and you can sometimes wonder, what is she doing? But clearly, she's doing what she's supposed to be doing and what we've asked her to do, and that's being very successful in getting grants for the good folks at Wasaga Beach. So congratulations to Carol and, of course, to the rest of our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Seeing no other comments, I'll move to the Recommendation, resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the October 26, 2023 consent list item 9.4, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White? Councillor Belanger? All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I'll now pass the floor back to His Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell, and we'll now move into item number 10, which is a rise back into council. And I do have 10.1, a motion recommendation resolved that the Committee of the Whole session rise and move into council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committees of the Whole session. Have a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor White, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, council session, consideration, adoption of Committee of the Whole recommendations. Resolved that the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole session for the meeting of October 26, 2023 be adopted as a resolution of council. Move in a seconder here, please. Councillor Timms and Councillor Eagle, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 12, the consent last minutes of council. Be it resolved that the council session of the Joint Committee of the Whole and the council hereby receive the October 26, 2023 consent list items 12, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. And I understand we have nothing pulled at this time, correct? All right, so could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Belanger, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 12.1, adoption of minutes. Well, sorry, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. That motion was passed by consent. We can move to 13.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 13, council requests for staff reports. Council, you've seen all those requests. Are there any comments or questions on these requests? Councillor Belanger?
Just that we had the report back from our Director of Planning related to the Elm development.
Thank you. Have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, if I can get a seconder.
Seconder for that be Deputy Mayor Snell. All right. So we're now moving on. Sorry, all those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 14, any other questions or comments on the staff reports? All right, moving on to item number 14, notices of motion. We have none. And then I'll go to back to our clerk. Before we go into closed session, will we waive the, or we're going to take a break here?
If it's approved by council, we could just take a recess for a half hour.
All right. All right, so everyone here okay with taking a 30-minute recess? Seeing all the nods, yes. All right, thank you. This meeting is adjourned for 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we'll now call this meeting back to order. And we're at item number 15, which is closed session. Resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the October 26, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. Beachfront property matter, T-PAL concession lease, Mosley Street property matter, and Joint Committee of the Whole from October 12th, 2023. You've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor White, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll go into closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we've now come out of closed session, and I'll ask our clerk to give a rise and report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session at 6:05 p.m. to discuss the following matters. 15.1.1, Allenwood Beach property pursuant to Section 239(2)A and C of the Act. Director of Recreation and Facilities update, T-PAL concession lease pursuant to Section 239(2)C. 404 Mosley, affordable housing disposition pursuant to Section 239(2)B and C. As a result of these discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. And now moving on to item number 16, bylaws. It is resolved that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered as follows. Bylaw number 2023-103, a bylaw to establish Block 13, Plan 51M, 1242, Town of Wasaga Beach, County of Simcoe, as a public highway and to name the same as Berkeley Street. And bylaw number 2023-104, a bylaw to exempt certain lands from the part lot control pursuant to Section 50-7 of the Planning Act in respect to the lands described as Blocks 1 to 13, 51M, 1202, Part Block 53, Plan 51M, 1158, Parts 95, 113, 120, 129, 291, and 309, as well as 317 and 325, Reference Plan 51R 43174, and Part Block 54, Plan 51M 1158, Parts 12 through 31, 54 through 59, 210 to 229, and 224 to 253, Reference Plan 51R 43174, in the Town of Wasaga Beach in the County of Simcoe, Elm Wasaga Beach 2016, Inc., and bylaw number 2023-105, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach held at its regular meeting held October 12th, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder here, please? Councillor White and Councillor Ego, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.